Chapter 2161 No One Can Stop Me. Chapter 2161 No One Can Stop Me. In the starry sky, the Tao progenitor gazed at the armless man for a long time, and then he shook his head and fell silent. The armless man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he vanished into the endless reaches of space. The area returned to calm. Meanwhile, down below, Yang Yi had fallen unconscious. After killing numerous sages from the Buddhist path, had reached his own limits. Besides that, he was covered in injuries from the battle with them, on the verge of collapse. At this moment, his body was truly on the verge of collapse. Yang Yi was in Nanjing's arms, and Ding Xiaoyao was by her side. The sovereign of Sky's group was nearby, but there were only around 5 sages left around him. Most of them had been killed by Nanjing, and some had been killed by the experts of the God race. The Buddhist path had retreated while the God race had joined the battle, so the alliance of all could be said to have suffered a terrible loss. They lost completely. Ding Xiaoyao walked over to Nanjing's side and asked, "Is he all right?" Nanjing glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and shook her head. "The violet energy is repairing his body. His life isn't at risk." Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly, and then she gazed at the sovereign of Sky. "Do you want the Sprite Lord that badly?" A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the sovereign of Sky's mouth. "Don't tell me your God race doesn't want it." Ding Xiaoyao nodded. "That's true. We do want it. However, we won't try to take it at a time like this. Do you know why the Buddhist path retreated?" The sovereign of Sky's eyes narrowed slightly. It was something he was wondering about too. Ding Xiaoyao walked over to the sovereign of Sky and said, "The joint forces of all the races? To be honest, when you don't have a progenitor realm expert, you're just a bunch of clowns to some organizations. Annihilating all of you would only take an instant for them. If I were you, I would do everything I can to help the Sky Emperor. If he comes back to life, then maybe your Sky race will have a place for itself into the world that's to come. Otherwise, it will become history." The Sky Emperor. The sovereign of Sky's face fell. He remained silent for a long time before taking a glance at Yang Yi and Nanjing, and then leaving. Suddenly, Nanjing stood up. The sovereign of Sky's eyelids twitched from the sight of this. Does she want to fight again? Suddenly, Ding Xiaoyao walked over to Nanjing, and then she shook her head slightly. Nanjing looked Ding Xiaoyao in the eyes. "Why?" Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Yang Yi. "Take good care of him first. The alliance of all isn't the only force that wishes to kill him, so don't give others a chance." Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi, fell silent for a moment, and then gazed at the sovereign of Sky. "Just you wait." She bent down and took Yang Yi in her arms, and then vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi vanished with Nanjing, the bloody aura here reduced drastically. The sovereign of Sky heaved a sigh of relief from the sight of this. If Nanjing refused to stop, then while he didn't fear her, there were other experts of the God race here. The joint forces of Nanjing's group, and the God race was very likely to be able to kill him. But why didn't Ding Xiaoyao attack? The sovereign of Sky was quite puzzled, but he didn't give it further thought and left with the others. Once the sovereign of Sky left, Ding Xiaoyao spoke indifferently, "Show yourself." It only took a moment for a woman in a dark violet dress to appear not too far away from Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at the woman, and the latter grinned. The show today was truly exciting. Ding Xiaoyao said, "The Nether Pavilion." The woman nodded. "Yes." Ding Xiaoyao stated, "You want the Sprite Lord too?" The woman replied with a question, "Who doesn't?" Ding Xiaoyao asked, "Are you confident in being able to deal with the armless man?" The woman smiled. "Not completely, but if worse comes to worse, we have to fight him even if we aren't confident. Isn't it the same for your God race? However, I'm really curious. You seem to be quite close to Yang Yi. How will you face him when the time comes?" Ding Xiaoyao fell silent. The woman continued, "This question is a dilemma for the great strategist." "Huh? Ha ha." Ding Xiaoyao glanced at her. "Those 10 women of your Nether Pavilion have gone through life and death with him. Aren't you afraid they'll turn their backs on you if you target him? That's why it's a headache." The woman walked over to Ding Xiaoyao. Needless to say, Yang Yi's luck with women is really good. I know those girls from my Nether Pavilion really well, and he's really extraordinary to be able to gain their acknowledgement. Ding Xiaoyao didn't want to linger on this topic. What do you think about my god race in your nether pavilion? We can remain at peace for now. The woman smiled. What do you think? Ding Xiaoyao nodded. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, he led the sages of the god race away. Can you tell me about something? Suddenly, the woman asked, Has your god race's patriarch Shirtian woken up yet? Ding Xiaoyao's figure trembled slightly. Go figure. A smile curled up on the corners of the woman's mouth, and she didn't say anything. Ding Xiaoyao didn't say anything either. She was about to leave with the other sages when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not too far away from them. It was where Yang Yi had been. The middle-aged man wore a cloud-white robe, his figure was ramrod straight, and he had an indescribable bearing. The woman frowned slightly when she saw him, while Ding Xiaoyao's gaze descended upon him. There was a trace of solemnness in Ding Xiaoyao's eyes. The middle-aged man ignored them. He just glanced at the surroundings and nodded slightly. Not bad indeed. Meanwhile, the woman from the nether pavilion asked, Who are you? The middle-aged man gazed at her. You want the sprite lord? The woman replied, Yes. The middle-aged man shook his head. Weak? If you're strong, you would have no need for anything else even if this world collapses. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and a ray of cold light flashed within them. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man turned around to leave. Suddenly, the woman stretched out her right hand and twisted it slightly. In an instant, a black palm that emanated dense black energy emerged from behind the middle-aged man, and then it clawed down with the intent to crush the man's head. However, the black palm had vanished soundlessly before it could even approach him. The woman's pupils constricted from the sight of this, and she took 2 steps back. Impossible. Ding Xiaoyao's face was covered in shock as well. Who was that woman? Others may not know her identity, but Ding Xiaoyao had a guess. It could be said that she was one of the supreme experts in this world. Even the progenitors wouldn't dare to say that they could defeat her. But the middle-aged man before them? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man glanced at the woman. You're so weak that I don't even feel like attacking you. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. The woman had a blank expression on her face. Ding Xiaoyao was astounded as well, and her feelings right now were indescribable with words. When the middle-aged man took that step, head appeared in the prehistoric ruins. Just one step, the middle-aged man appeared out of thin air in the hall that Yang Yi had once been in, and the casket was still there. Meanwhile, a voice came from within the casket. Who are you? The middle-aged man walked over to the casket and said, Interesting. Suddenly, a phantom floated out from the casket, and it looked down at the middle-aged man. Suddenly, the middle-aged man slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, the entire hall suddenly turned ethereal. An exclaim of shock resounded in the hall. You! Some time passed before the middle-aged man left the hall. There was a huge beast in front of him. The middle-aged man glanced at the beast, and the latter moved backward. A moment later, he vanished. The casket in the hall had cracked into pieces. The phantom stared in the direction that the middle-aged man had left toward. That's impossible. Yang Yi and Nanjing were famous after the battle outside the endless black holes. At this moment, the people of the large universe knew another name, and it was in Nanjing. Their deeds before the endless black holes could be said to have shocked the entire large universe. They jointly killed over a dozen sages, and a few had been killed in an instant. Such strength and natural talent was horrifying. This time, the alliance of all could be said to have suffered a severe blow to its strength. After all, it had lost so many sages, and some of them were even the patriarchs of the various races. While it wasn't to the extent of causing serious harm to the alliance of all's overall strength, it was still an extremely painful loss. Besides that, the Buddhist path's losses could be said to be extremely huge too. It had lost numerous sages in a short while, and all of them were the extraordinary experts of the Buddhist path. In short, the human race had achieved a great victory, and the alliance of Hall had called back all their forces. Presently, the human dimension was free again. Something worth mentioning was that the traitor of the human race, Yang Yi, had become a hero of the human race now. Because the alliance of all had called back their forces because of Yang Yi and in Nanjing's strength. Moreover, There was no need to say how much pride and glory they brought the human race from that slaughter outside the endless black holes. Who in the large universe dared to bully the human race now? Nature's sacred ground. Yang Yi was lying on his bed, and a Nanjing was by his side. His eyes were closed, and the primordial violet energy within him was madly repairing his body. And Nanjing just gazed silently at him. A long time passed before a middle-aged man in a cloud-white robe appeared in the room. And Nanjing turned around, and the middle-aged man glanced at her. She was about to attack when a speck of cold light pressed against her forehead. And Nanjing was shocked. However, she didn't just give up. A wave of terrifying aura swept out from within her. However, it vanished without a trace as soon as it left her body. And Nanjing was about to try something else when the middle-aged man suddenly said, "Calm down. I have no ill intent. If I did have ill intent, no one can stop me." "Is that so?" Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resounded. Chapter 2162, I Still Want to Kill. Chapter 2162, I Still Want to Kill. The middle-aged man looked to the side, and a young girl had appeared there. It was Tianxiu. At this moment, she was looking coldly at the middle-aged man, and she didn't look like a young girl at all. A wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes as he gazed at Tianxiu, and a short while passed before he shook his head slightly. Interesting. Tianxiu walked over to Yang Yi's side, and her expression was extremely icy cold as she gazed at Yang Yi. Interesting indeed. The middle-aged man continued, "I see. Since that's the case, I should wait a while longer." He turned around and left once he finished speaking. When he arrived at the door, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped, and then he waved his right hand. Something shot out of Yang Yi's body and entered his sleeve. In an instant, the middle-aged man vanished from the room, and Nanjing looked up at the sky. At this moment, Tianxiu had returned to normal, and there was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. Tianxiu gazed at Nanjing. "Big sister?" Nanjing shook her head slightly. "Go to Snowy?" "Oh." She nodded while still seeming lost, and she entered the primordial pagoda. Nanjing fell silent, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi was still recovering on the bed. As time trickled by, Yang Yi's body was almost fully healed. On the third day, he woke up. However, there was a wisp of scarlet red in his eyes. It was slaughter intent. Yang Yi turned around, and he saw Nanjing by his side. And Nanjing spoke softly, "You're awake?" Yang Yi nodded. And Nanjing asked, "How do you feel?" Yang Yi smiled, "Not bad." And Nanjing nodded and didn't say anything. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes and scanned his body. At this moment, while his injuries had been practically healed, his internal organs and meridians had some issues. After all, had severely overexhausted himself and had been heavily injured by numerous sages. Anyone else would be dead by now. Had survived. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Needless to say, Nanjing and him were very lucky to have survived so many sages. Of course, he hadn't forgotten something. Had realized that while Nanjing and him could instantly kill sages, their strength was clearly insufficient when compared to those top-rate powers of the large universe like the Buddhist path. Not to mention the Buddhist path, even the alliance of all was an existence that they couldn't rival. Just the human race had over 20 sages, so the sages possessed by the alliance of all the races was far, far more than that. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yang Yi gazed at her. "We need to grow stronger." She replied softly, "Don't worry about that. The stronger we grow, the stronger the people we come into contact with will be. There is no strongest expert, only stronger experts. So, take it slow." Yang Yi nodded, "Indeed." Meanwhile, Nanjing hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you know about Tianxiu's background?" Yang Yi asked, "Why?" She shook her head. "She isn't ordinary." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "I know that too. She's extremely formidable. Unfortunately, I too don't know who she is or where she's from. But no matter what, she has no ill intent toward us, right?" Nanjing nodded. "Come somewhere with me once you've recuperated." Yang Yi asked, "Where?" She glanced at him. "He'll tell you once you've recovered." Yang Yi felt speechless. "Heal?" After that, Yang Yi started using the primordial violet energy to heal himself. Before this, it had been healing him automatically, so while it was effective, it wasn't as effective as him doing it himself. 3 days later, Yang Yi's injuries were almost completely healed. Yang Yi left the room, and he saw Nanjing and Linjin outside. Linjin sized up Yang Yi and asked, "You're all right now?" Yang Yi nodded. Linjin smiled. "Come with me. There are some things which you have to deal with." Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Nanjing. The latter said, "I'll wait for you." Yang Yi smiled, "All right." Yang Yi followed Lin Jun to a hall. At this moment, many people were in the hall, around 100 to be precise. Moreover, there were even 21 sages here. The rest were major Zen realm experts. As soon as Yang Yi entered the hall, everyone gazed at him. Most of them had curiosity in their eyes. While Yang Yi's reputation was great, few had ever met him. Linjin said, "Young brother Yang, everyone here is a representative of the various organizations in our human race, from the east to the west and the south to the north. Every influential figure is here. It can be said that we'll be able to truly unite the entire human race with their help." All the organizations of the human race were gathered here. Yang Yi glanced at them and cupped his fist at them. "They'll skip the introductions and get straight to the point. I want to know why all of you have come here." An old man stepped forward and walked over to Yang Yi. "Young brother Yang, the reason we're here isn't important. What's important is your opinion and views of us and the entire human race." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and replied, "Many humans will die in the future." Everyone here was stunned, and there was bewilderment in their eyes. Yang Yi continued, "All of you aren't weak, so you should know about the end times. If it arrives, then it won't be just our human race. The other races will suffer many losses too." The old man asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" Yang Yi smiled. "What else? Try my best to survive." He glanced at them and continued, "Allow me to be honest. All of you definitely have your own plans and schemes. However, if you really want to become united as one, then I advise all of you to give up on those plans and schemes. If the end times arrive, then everything else but survival is meaningless. Of course, if you think I'm exaggerating, then just forget I ever said anything and just go on with your own business. Reorganize the entire human race?" Yang Yi had no intention to do that because it was too tiring. The heart of man was an extremely complicated thing, and he didn't like complicated things. He liked things to be simple. Silence filled the hall. A long time passed before the old man said, "Young brother Yang, we came here because we hope to join forces and get through the coming danger." Yang Yi nodded. "It's a good thought because our future enemy won't just be the end times. It may include the alliance of all and other organizations. If all of you don't join forces, then the human race may be almost annihilated before the end times even arrive." He glanced at them and continued, "I know why you're here. But if you want to join us, you must do something, and it's to abandon all those plans and schemes you have. Otherwise, just return to where you came from." The others here exchanged glances. Yang Yi's decisiveness had exceeded their expectations. A long time passed before the old man said, "It's a win-win for us to work together." "Work together?" A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "Allow me to be honest. Where in this world can I go? The reason I'm staying here isn't because I have deep feelings for the human race, but because Senior Lin Zhen and the other experts of the human race took my side when I was in trouble. If it wasn't for them, I would have been annihilated outside the endless black holes by the alliance of all and the Buddhist path. I will remember that kindness. But what I want to say is that not to mention major Zen realm experts, even sages will seem absolutely weak in the days to come." Lin Zhen wanted to say something, but he didn't in the end. He wanted to remind Yang Yi not to be so overbearing because these people represented the top organizations of the human race. It could be said that Yang Yi needed their help if he wanted to unite the human race. If they were willing to obey Yang Yi's orders, then it could be said that Yang Yi would be just like Emperor Xianyuan from all those years ago. He would be the true leader of the human race. After all, even the sovereign of man hadn't been able to truly control the entire human race after years of effort. It was an opportunity for Yang Yi, but Yang Yi was being quiet. However, he knew that while Yang Yi seemed like a rash fellow, he was a very smart young man, and he was a brave yet meticulous person. Of course, Yang Yi wasn't like that at all times. There were many occasions where Yang Yi was brave and courageous, yet didn't think about anything. The hall fell silent again. These organizations had planned to discuss all sorts of conditions, yet now, a few words from Yang Yi had put them at a loss for what to do. Yang Yi's opinion was very clear, and it was that he didn't need them. So, they had two choices. They could either leave or continue the discussion. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "Take your time to think it through, and you can tell Senior Linjin once you've made up your mind. I have other things to attend to, so we'll be taking my leave." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. He didn't want to make Nanjing wait too long. All of them exchanged glances. Right when Yang Yi was about to walk out of the hall, the old man from before spoke abruptly, "Young brother Yang." Yang Yi stopped and gazed at him. "Yes?" The old man laughed bitterly. "What are your conditions?" They'd made a compromise. Linjin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Those organizations had chosen to make a compromise in the end. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "My condition is actually very simple. I only have two. Firstly, we must unite without any other hidden agendas. I don't want some of us to be fighting in the front lines while others are scheming against us. Secondly, while it is bad for the human race to be led by a single voice, it's not an ordinary time right now, so I need your absolute obedience. Of course, we can learn from the alliance of all and create a council of elders. We can choose 11 supreme experts to assume the role of elder, and when 6 elders object to a decision of mine, that decision can be annulled. Moreover, they can even remove me from my position." The old man hesitated for a moment and was about to say something, but Yang Yi said, "It's just these two conditions. I won't engage in any discussion about it." The old man laughed bitterly, and then he turned around and gazed at a few sages. A short while passed before they nodded. The old man gazed at Yang Yi. "We agree." Yang Yi nodded. "All right, then now, I'll give my first order. Senior Linjin, notify the alliance of all and the Buddhist path. Tell them that our human race is declaring war against them." A declaration of war. Everyone here was stunned. Linjin gulped. "Are you serious?" Yang Yi glanced at Linjin. "Tell them that I didn't kill enough that day, and I want to kill more." Linjin was stunned speechless. Chapter 2163 Come. Let's fight one-on-one. Chapter 2163 Come. Let's fight one-on-one. The hall fell perfectly silent. Declare war against the alliance of all and the Buddhist path. What kind of powers were they? It could be said that even if the Buddhist path was put aside, the alliance of all was sufficient to crush the human race. If the alliance of all wasn't worried about the God race, the human race would have been annihilated a long time ago. As for the Buddhist path, it was worse. They had a progenitor, and just one progenitor could annihilate everyone here. But Yang Yi wanted to declare war against them. They felt that this was quite rash. Even Lin Jun felt that Yang Yi was being quite rash. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "All of you think I'm being rash?" All of them remained silent. Yang Yi sighed softly. "Do you know what our human race lacks the most right now?" All of them gazed at Yang Yi. "Courage." Yang Yi continued, "At most times, our human race lacks courage. Why do we have to fear the Buddhist path and alliance of all? No, we should make them fear us. I'm declaring war against them to tell them that we aren't afraid of them. If they want to fight, then we'll fight them to the end. Allow me to be frank. If we act like cowards, then they will attack us again. Of course, they will still attack us once we declare war against them, but the morale and imposing aura we have will be completely different, because we declared war on them." He walked over to them and said, "Our human race is too lacking in morale right now, so we need it. We need that kind of morale where we dare to fight any organization. At the same time, I'm using this opportunity to tell the entire human race that we're no cowards, and we dare to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings were perfectly silent. Needless to say, it made their blood boil a little. Just as Yang Yi had said, everyone in the human race, including them, felt that they were no match for the alliance of all and the Buddhist path. It was even to the extent that some were praying that the alliance of all and Buddhist path wouldn't attack them. What kind of attitude was that? The attitude of a coward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi emphasized, "Everyone, we need morale, and we need to tell the Alliance of All, the Buddhist Path, and all those organizations hiding in the shadows that even if we're weak, we dare to fight them." Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. The hall still remained extremely silent after he left. A long time passed before Lin Jin suddenly said, "Perhaps we are getting too old, and we've lost the hot blood within us." All of them fell silent. Lin Jin gazed at the old man who spoke earlier. "Elder Mu, what do you think?" Elder Mu fell silent for a long time and replied, "He's right. We need it. So, Brother Lin Jin, please go declare war." Lin Jin nodded. "So we shall." The human race declared war against the Alliance of All and the Buddhist Path. As soon as news of this spread, the entire large universe was shocked, and the entire human dimension was filled with clamorous noise. Some said Yang Yi had balls, some said he was brainless. But no matter what, the declaration of war was very real. The Alliance of All was caught off guard by this declaration, because they hadn't expected the human race to dare to do something like this. Was the human race tired of living? Countless people in the Alliance of All had that thought, but they noticed that the Alliance of All and the Buddhist Path didn't dare to attack the human race right now. It wasn't just because of the God race, there was another reason, and it was because the human race had two experts, Yang Yi and in Nanjing. While they were just at the major Zen realm, the Alliance of All didn't dare to underestimate them, because they'd made the Alliance of All pay a painful price. Unless the Alliance of All could annihilate the two of them at once, then not to mention the Alliance of All, even the Buddhist Path wouldn't be able to endure their revenge. Of course, they wouldn't just let themselves fall into a disadvantage when it came to morale and face. The Alliance of All responded to the declaration, and they started to target the human race. The human race was banned from entering the territory of any race in the Alliance of All, or they would be sentenced to death. Nature's sacred ground. After he left the hall, he went to a Nanjing. "Where are we going?" "Come with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the sky. "You still refuse to tell me?" Yang Yi shook his head and followed her. In the starry sky, Yang Yi and in Nanjing traveled side by side. A day later, she stopped. At this moment, they had arrived on a planet. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he didn't sense any signs of life. Yang Yi gazed at in Nanjing. She didn't say a word and just led him forward. A long time passed before she stopped. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw a cottage in the distance. It was made of grass, and it wasn't large. It was just nice for a single person to live in. Yang Yi asked, "What is this place?" She still didn't say a word and just walked over toward it. Yang Yi had no choice but to follow her. It didn't take long for her to arrive before it. She bowed slightly toward it, and roaring laughter came from within. "You've grown stronger again." As soon as the laughter finished resounding, a middle-aged man walked out from the cottage. The middle-aged man's face was covered in stubble, and he wore linen clothes. While it was very clean, he really looked quite shabby. If he was in the mortal world, he would look like a woodcutter. Of course, Yang Yi wouldn't think he was a woodcutter. How proud was in Nanjing? Since he could make her bow to him, it was obvious that he wasn't ordinary. The middle-aged man walked over to in Nanjing, sized her up, and then nodded. "Not bad indeed. Your natural talent is very good, and it's just slightly inferior to mine." Haha. Yang Yi had quite a strange expression on his face. How terrifying was in Nanjing's natural talent? But the middle-aged man's natural talent was greater than hers? Meanwhile, and Nanjing gazed at him. He's telling the truth. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi, sized up Yang Yi, and shook his head. "Your natural talent is much inferior when compared to her." Yang Yi's face darkened. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, "However, you have something that she doesn't possess, and it's your character. That ruthless character of yours. Being ruthless to others is something anyone can accomplish, but being ruthless to oneself is something that very few in this world can accomplish. Anyone who can do that will never be a weakling." Yang Yi asked, "Senior, who are you?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Didn't she tell you?" Yang Yi shook his head. The middle-aged man smiled. "Come, I just happen to have roasted a plump goat. Let's eat together." He walked into the cottage once he finished speaking. And Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi. Go in and eat. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. As soon as Yang Yi stepped in, a fragrant aroma entered his nose. The cottage wasn't very huge inside, and there was only a single bed in it. A fire was burning by the bed, and there was a golden and plump goat being roasted on it. The oil from the goat was ceaselessly dripping into the dyer, causing hissing noises to resound incessantly. It was really fragrant. The middle-aged man tore off one of its legs, and then he took a big bite out of it. He only chewed for a moment before swallowing it, and then he wiped off the oil on the corners of his mouth. Help yourselves. And Nanjing tore off a leg and passed it to Yang Yi. Eat. Yang Yi didn't refuse and just started eating. Needless to say, it was really good. Just like that, they are in silence. A long time passed, and then the middle-aged man clapped his hands together and said, "You've come for a reason, right?" And Nanjing nodded. "We want to grow stronger." The middle-aged man said, "Speed isn't everything." And Nanjing replied, "Find a way." The middle-aged man shook his head. "You." He gazed at Yang Yi and said, "He uses the sword, so we're not on the same path." And Nanjing replied, "Find a way." The middle-aged man felt speechless, and so did Yang Yi. A long time passed before the middle-aged man spoke solemnly. "Regardless of whether it's the martial Tao or sword Tao, it must be done step by step. Only then will it be the most solid and practical. Of course, I know it isn't ordinary times right now." He stood up and said, "I can't help you grow faster, but I can help your foundation grow even more solid." "Our foundation?" Yang Yi asked. "Is my foundation not solid?" "Solid." The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. "It's really not bad when compared to some people, but as far as I'm concerned, it's beyond trash." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The middle-aged man gazed at Nanjing and said, "She's slightly better than you, but she's lacking in many aspects too. However, it's normal. I can't say that I was any better at her age." And Nanjing put down the goat meat and fell silent. The middle-aged man continued, "Both of you are really not bad at all. Really. However, both of you have the same problem. You pursue breakthroughs too much. Especially you, kid from the Yang clan. Your body and cultivation have huge problems. If this continues, it'll be impossible for you to attain the progenitor realm. Even if you do succeed in the end, it'll probably take countless years." Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man. "Who are you?" Suddenly, the middle-aged man struck Yang Yi on the head. This chapter is updated by Freedomville CM. It hurt. Yang Yi instantly felt pain that stabbed at his heart, and he almost let out a shrill cry because of it. The middle-aged man said, "What? I can't say anything about you without revealing my identity?" Yang Yi felt speechless. When he noticed the expression Yang Yi had on his face, the middle-aged man suddenly said, "What? You're not convinced?" Yang Yi's temper instantly flared. He leaped up and said, "I am. Let's fight one-on-one." Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly said, "He's my master." "Your master?" Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly pulled up his sleeves. "Come, let's fight one-on-one." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 2164 I'm Back. Chapter 2164 I'm Back. And Nanjing's master. So, the middle-aged man's identity was obvious. Yang Yi had quite an embarrassed expression on his face. Fight? He was probably no match for the middle-aged man. But refused to fight? That was such a humiliation. He was in a dilemma. But it only took an instant for a firm expression to appear on Yang Yi's face. Fight. Outside the cottage, Yang Yi and the middle-aged man stood far apart from each other. There was around 30 m between them. The middle-aged man stretched out a finger and provoked Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to swing his sword, and sword energy tore through the air and instantly arrived before the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man clenched his fist and slammed it forward. Bang! In an instant, Yang Yi's sword energy exploded apart, and the force of the punch slammed Yang Yi over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, the energy within him roiled, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly said, I used less than 20% of my strength. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man, and then he suddenly appeared behind the ladder. A moment later, a sword stabbed at the middle-aged man's back. It was absolutely swift to the point even in Nanjing could only see a blurry shadow. However, Yang Yi's sword stopped when it was half an inch away from the middle-aged man's back because 2 fingers had clamped down on it. Just 2 fingers. Yang Yi was shocked. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man shook his fingers slightly. Bang! Powerful energy slammed Yang Yi over 1 kilometer away. If it was based on the vision of an ordinary person, Yang Yi's figure would have vanished from their fields of vision upon being blasted so far away. The middle-aged man took a step forward, and he instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi before tapping a finger at Yang Yi. This action caused the space around Yang Yi to turn ethereal, and an extremely terrifying wave of energy enveloped Yang Yi, causing Yang Yi to feel like he couldn't move at all. He could only wait for death to arrive. Yang Yi was shocked and hurriedly activated the sword domain, but a fist arrived in front of his face when Head just activated it. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Head lost. However, it wasn't an unjust loss when he was facing the middle-aged man before him. Because this middle-aged man was the martial emperor of the large universe, the martial god. He was called the martial emperor and the martial god. The middle-aged man withdrew his fist and said, "To be honest, you really have quite the temper. But being too aggressive makes you an annoyance, and I don't like people like you. She's much better. She does as she's told, and she understands everything she's told to do." Yang Yi asked, "Senior, are you trying to make her a second you? Why not?" The middle-aged man continued, "Am I not strong?" Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, "However, she won't become a second me. I've almost arrived at the end of my path. Perhaps this path has no end, or perhaps it does have an end. No matter what, she should take her own path." He gazed at Nanjing and continued, "What do you want to become?" She pondered for a moment in silence and replied, "I've never given it that much thought. I just want to continue learning." The middle-aged man sighed softly. "Do you know that while your natural talent is very monstrous, I was even more brilliant than both of you, all those years ago. However, there's something I'm inferior in when compared to the two of you. It's my mental state. Your mental state is more than a level higher than mine. You're learning merely because you really like it, and not for the sake of becoming invincible or gaining eternal life. That's something I cannot compete with you on." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Then what aspect makes you inferior to me?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. "My skin isn't as thick as yours. You're really thick-skinned." Yang Yi's face was utterly dark, and he really wanted to hit the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man waved his right hand, and then all 3 of them vanished on the spot. A short while later, they arrived at a ruins. There were broken walls all over the surroundings, and a huge stone tablet stood at the center of the ruins. The stone tablet was around 30 m tall, and there was a statue on top of it. It was the statue of a woman. She had beautiful hair that hung down to her shoulders, and she looked ahead with her right hand behind her back. As for her left hand, she had a strange weapon in it. The weapon was like a spike. It was slightly shorter than an ordinary sword, dark violet in color, sharp, and strangely shaped like the face of a beast. Yang Yi asked, "What's that?" The middle-aged man gazed at her weapon and said, "Do you know what that is?" Yang Yi and Nanjing shook their heads. "Netherworld destiny." The middle-aged man spoke softly. "Legend has it that the Yellow Spring River can illuminate the past, present, and future lives. That weapon is made from the waters of the Yellow Sprint River. Those struck by it will have their past, present, and futures destroyed. They will fall into eternal hell, and there is no escape." Yang Yi asked, "Is it better than the Sword Supreme?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. "It depends who's using it. You must realize that regardless of whether it's a sword or any other weapon, it depends on the user. If they are in your hands, then they would be trash before me." Yang Yi felt speechless. The middle-aged man gazed at the statue. "Do you know who's that?" And Nanjing shook her head slightly. The middle-aged man said, "The Void Spirit Maiden." The Void Spirit Maiden. Yang Yi was shocked. Had heard that name in the past. It belonged to an extraordinary genius of legend. The middle-aged man said, "Actually, this place is where the Void Spirit race resided all those years ago, and it was their base camp. But for some unknown reason, the Void Spirit race vanished, and the Void Spirit Maiden who was invincible with netherworld destiny in her hands perished." He gazed at Yang Yi and in Nanjing, and he continued, "I brought both of you here because I wanted to tell you that there's no strongest existence in this world, and there's always someone stronger. The path of the strong never ends, and if you take stable steps on this path, you'll be able to go further." Meanwhile, and Nanjing gazed at the Void Spirit Maiden statue. "Is she very strong?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Very strong. Perhaps both of you can't sense it, but even now, I can sense a trace of danger coming from her status. You're not weak, so surpassing her is only a matter of time for you." And Nanjing fell silent. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Senior, many have ruled over the large universe through time, but why hasn't the large universe been destroyed? Logically speaking, the large universe couldn't endure the existence of all of these extraordinary experts, but it was still alive and well." The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. "Do you know about destiny?" Yang Yi shook his head. The middle-aged man explained softly, "The stronger you get, and the more worlds you explore, the more respect you'll feel for the universe. How was the universe formed? How was the first life in this universe formed? Why do the planets in this universe spin in such an orderly manner? Is it the work of nature, or is it the work of man?" He fell silent for a moment at this point. "There are many things that we cannot explain, so we could only create something, destiny. Many things in the universe seem to have been arranged by an unseen force. So, who knows if defying the heavens and changing one's fate is something arranged by the universe as well?" Yang Yi fell silent. The martial emperor's thoughts were slightly different to his own. He didn't care about destiny or the universe. He just cared about staying alive. If he couldn't even survive, why would he care about the universe? Wasn't that like worrying for no reason? The martial emperor spoke abruptly, "Come with me." Yang Yi and in Nanjing followed the martial emperor to an old and damaged hall. As soon as they entered it, Yang Yi felt something strange. It was an extremely strange feeling, but he couldn't put a finger on it. "This is a strange place." The martial emperor continued, "There's a field here, a field which you can cultivate in. I found this place by chance, and then I never left. It can be said to be one of the reasons I was able to grow so quickly all those years ago." "Cultivate?" A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. "How?" A smile curled up on the martial emperor's face, and a strand of spirit energy appeared around him. An instant later, Yang Yi was on the ground, head fallen flat on the ground abruptly, just like that. At this moment, Yang Yi was quite stunned. Even he didn't know how head gotten on the ground. He wanted to stand up, but he noticed to his shock that he couldn't move at all. He couldn't lift a finger. Yang Yi gazed at the martial emperor, and the latter waved his right hand, causing the surroundings to return to normal. Yang Yi returned to normal as well, but his entire body was extremely uncomfortable. The middle-aged man said, "Someone forcefully absorbed the spatial energy of the universe and condensed it here. It can be said that if the gravity here is released, it's sufficient to instantly kill 10 sages. Only progenitors can ignore the gravity here. It's very suitable for cultivating. Of course, it's only suitable for the two of you. Others are probably unable to get used to it." Yang Yi nodded. After the martial emperor said that, Head realized that if he cultivated a sword technique or any other technique here, its effects would be truly terrifying. Suddenly, Tianxiu appeared in front of Yang Yi with Snowy in her arms. Yang Yi gazed at Tianxiu. Tianxiu spoke softly, "Big brother, I want to go around with Snowy. Can we?" Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he gazed at the martial emperor. The latter glanced at Snowy and Tianxiu, and then he said, "They are safe here." This chapter is updated by Freedomville, CM. Yang Yi gazed at Tianxiu and Snowy. "Don't go too far." Tianxiu and Snowy had been stuck in the primordial pagoda, so both the little fellows wanted to come outside and play. Of course, Yang Yi didn't allow it before this, because it had been too dangerous. Yet now, the middle-aged man was here, so it was impossible for anyone to be able to harm them while they were here. Once they received Yang Ye's permission, Snowy flew over to Yang Ye's shoulder and rubbed her head against his face. After that, she pranced off with Tianshito. The martial emperor glanced at Snowy, and then his gaze stopped on Tianshito. A long time passed before he withdrew his gaze, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Let's begin right now. Tianshio and Snowy pranced off to the statue. Tianshio looked up at it, and there was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. I'm back. Suddenly, crack. A clear and resounded crack arose, and then the status suddenly cracked open. Chapter 2165 Our Emperor is Invincible. Chapter 2165 Our Emperor is Invincible. The cracks on the statue were spreading faster and faster, and it didn't take long for the statue to transform into dirt. However, the netherworld destiny in the statue's grasp had fallen before Tianshio, but it was a stone sculpture. Snowy blinked, touched it lightly with her claw, and then gazed at Tianshio. Tianshio gazed at Snowy too. The two little fellows gazed at each other, and then Snowy grabbed netherworld destiny and passed it to Tianshio. Tianshio hesitated for a moment, and then she took it in her grasp. In an instant, a ray of black light flashed out of it, but both of them didn't notice the black light. Tianshio glanced at it and spoke softly. This is a rock. Snowy shook her head, and she started waving her claws to convey that it was a treasure. It's a treasure? Tianshio blinked, and then she passed it to Snowy. Help me take a look at it. Snowy blinked. She didn't refuse and took it. She studied it for quite some time before opening her mouth slightly and ceaselessly spitting spirit energy on it. However, it didn't react at all. There was bewilderment on her face. She thought for a moment, and then she struck it with her claw, but it still didn't react. In the end, she gazed at Tianshio. Tianshio took it, hesitated for a moment, and then knocked it against the ground. Crack! A clear and loud crack resounded, and then both the little fellows watched with astonishment as the ground cracked open. Moreover, it didn't just stop here. At this moment, the ground of the entire planet had cracked open. If one looked down at this planet from high above in space, one would notice that it seemed like an egg that had been struck against something hard. Tianshio and Snowy exchanged glances, and there a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. They caused trouble. That was what they thought. Meanwhile, Snowy snuck a glance at Yang Yi and in Nanjing, and then she raised her paw and placed it in front of her mouth, telling Tianshio to keep quiet. Tianshio hurriedly nodded. A short while later, the two little fellows had carefully snuck away. Once they left, the middle-aged man appeared abruptly where they had been. He glanced at the surroundings and fell silent for a long time. After that, he shook his head and vanished on the spot. Tianshio and Snowy didn't return there, and they just started prancing around the ruins. There were graves all over the ruins. Those graves were huge and over 30 m wide, each. As for the amount of them, there were hundreds. Snowy glanced at the surroundings. This place was slightly gloomy and cold, so she didn't really like it. Suddenly, Tianshio grabbed her little paw and said, let's leave a little later, all right? Snowy hesitated for a moment and waved her claws. She was saying that there were no treasures here. Tianshio spoke softly, let's just stay for a while. All right. Snowy nodded lightly, and then she glanced at the surroundings. In the end, she leaped up onto Tianshio's shoulder because it made her feel safer. Tianshio glanced at the graves. She just looked and looked at them, and then two streams of tears flowed down her eyes. Snowy was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Tianshio knelt down slowly. I swear on destiny that I'm willing to fall into eternal damnation if I can't annihilate our enemies. Meanwhile, Snowy gently rubbed Tianshio's head. Tianshio stood up slowly while a trace of bewilderment could be seen in her eyes, but it didn't take long for her eyes to clear up. She walked slowly towards the depths of the graveyard, and it didn't take long for her to arrive before a river. The river was very clear, and its bottom was clearly visible. Snowy gazed at Tianshio while bewilderment filled her eyes. Tianshio spoke softly. Snowy, so many people died here in the past. Snowy was at a loss for words. Snowy's thoughts were actually very simple. Stay with Yang Yi. find treasures, and have fun. She really wasn't very interested in complicated things. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly looked up at the sky. There were ripples in her eyes, and a scene appeared in her mind. A gray sky. Rain. A woman in a violet robe stood in the sky. She stood there with her right hand behind her back, and a strange weapon was in her left grasp. It was netherworld destiny. There were around 30 people on the ground below her. All of them were slightly bigger in size than humans, and their appearance differed slightly from humans too. All of them wore blue robes. There were a few hundred robust demon beasts behind them. These demon beasts looked rather ferocious. They had long fangs and emanated a vicious aura. Far away behind these demon beasts was countless cities. The world was silent, and only the sound of breathing could be heard. Some time passed before the woman in the air suddenly opened her eyes. She looked up into the depths of space. If we win, our race survives. Lose and we die. Win. Countless voices shouted in unison from the cities in the distance. Our emperor is invincible. Our emperor is invincible. The entire world was filled with clamorous noise. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly withdrew her gaze, and the scene stopped. A long time passed before she gazed at the river. They'll come back another day. Let's go. She took Snowy with her and left. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Nanjing were still cultivating in the hall with the energy of the universe. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was painful yet happy. The gravity in the hall was much more terrifying than had imagined, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate here. In the past, had been able to swing his sword countless times in a single breath of time. Yet now, he could only swing it once. That was his limit. Even breathing was quite difficult beneath this gravity. However, he knew that cultivating beneath it was absolutely beneficial to him. So long as he could get used to it, then his strength would definitely become extremely terrifying when he returned to a normal environment. Of course, it was torture now. The middle-aged man wasn't too far away, and there was a full roasted goat in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had completely ignored them and was just eating. Suddenly, Tianxiu and Snowy pranced over. He glanced at them and continued eating. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly went over to the middle-aged man. She gazed at the roasted goat, hesitated for a moment, and then pointed at it. The middle-aged man asked, "You want to eat?" Snowy nodded, and then she opened her paw and an immortal crystal fell before the middle-aged man. Bye. Snowy's intentions were obvious. After she gave it to him, she tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. It only took a moment for her eyes to open wide, and she blinked rapidly. It was tasty. After that, Snowy tore off another piece. The middle-aged man felt speechless. Meanwhile, Tianxiu walked over and spoke softly. "Is it very tasty?" Snowy nodded, passed an immortal crystal to the middle-aged man, and then tore off another piece and passed it to Tianxiu. The latter hesitated for a moment and ate it. A moment later, Tianxiu's eyes lit up. "It's really tasty." Snowy cracked a smile. Suddenly, the middle-aged man gazed at Tianxiu. "Where are you from?" She gazed at the middle-aged man, hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't know." "You don't know?" The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, and then he spoke softly. "Then where do you plan to go?" Tianxiu thought for a moment, and then she said, "Stay with Big Brother and Snowy." "Big Brother." The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi was still training with his sword techniques. The middle-aged man restrained his gaze and looked at Tianxiu again. "Why?" She gazed at him. "Why not?" The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. "Of course you can, but he's in a lot of danger right now. Aren't you afraid?" Tianxiu shook her head. "Big Brother will protect me." Snowy quickly nodded to display her agreement. The middle-aged man smiled, and he didn't say another word before continuing eating. Just like that, and Nanjing and Yang Yi cultivated madly all day, while Snowy and Tianxiu would come and take a look from time to time. But they spent most of their time running around and exploring. Tianxiu seemed to know this place a little, so she frequently led Snowy to strange places. Since the middle-aged man was here, Yang Yi didn't stop the little fellows and let them explore as they pleased. In the hall, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, and judgment was in front of him. During this time, had been training in the basics every day. For example, stabbing, chopping, flicking, slashing, and so on. The middle-aged man had asked him to train in these moves. According to the middle-aged man, these basics were the most important at many times. After months of bitter training, the middle-aged man barely felt that had passed. Now, he had to train with sword techniques. He had to train with burial and backstab while the gravity here pressed down upon him. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed judgment and vanished on the spot. However, he didn't appear where he wanted to appear because the gravity here had made him many times slower. Now, even an ordinary cultivator could dodge his backstab. It was truly too slow. Yang Yi was extremely dissatisfied with it. Train. Train like a madman. His current task was to train with backstab until it was as fast as when he previously used it in the outside world. Chapter 2166 Leave. Chapter 2166 Leave. Cultivation was endless. Time trickled by, and 6 months had passed in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man was focused on roasting a goat not too far away from the hall, and there was a young girl seated by his side. It was Tianxiu. A little white thing was seated on Tianxiu's shoulder. It was Snowy, of course. At this moment, they were staring at the goat, and they were on the verge of drooling. The middle-aged man glanced at them and was quite amused. Besides running around all day, these two fellows spent the rest of their time getting him to roast goats for them. Especially Snowy. She would give him an immortal crystal every time. The great martial emperor had been reduced to a cook. After flipping the goat around, the martial emperor gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's figure was vanishing incessantly and appeared incessantly too. Backstab. Yang Yi was focused on it. Throughout this time, had cultivated it to the point it was as fast as when he was in the outside world. The martial emperor watched for a short while, and then he nodded. It's barely fast enough now. Possessing such speed under such circumstances while at the major Zen realm was not bad indeed. Now, once Yang Yi left the hall, then besides being unable to pose a threat to progenitors, the speed and strength of his technique was something that sages could absolutely not resist. He wasn't a sage, yet he possessed strength that surpassed sages. It's almost time. The martial emperor spoke softly, and then he tore off a goat leg and passed it to the two little fellows. They exchanged glances, and then Tianxiu took the leg. Just like that, the little fellows started eating. Not long after, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and walked out of the hall. As soon as he did that, Yang Yi was stunned. It was an indescribable feeling. In the hall, he felt the powerful pressure of the energy of the universe, and it made his speed decrease countless times when compared to the outside world. But once he got used to the gravity there and emerged from it, he noticed to his shock that he wasn't used to the outside world now. It's very normal. Meanwhile, the martial emperor suddenly said, "It'll take a few days to get used to it. Presently, your Bodhi's ability to adapt is completely different from others. It's a good thing for you." Yang Yi relaxed when he heard this. He walked over to the martial emperor, cupped his fist and said, "Thank you." The martial emperor shook his head. "There's no need to thank me. I merely brought you here." Yang Yi smiled and didn't say anything. He gazed at Tianxiu and Snowy immediately flew over to his shoulder and ceaselessly rubbed her head against his cheek. Tianxiu grinned too when she saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and smiled. "Both of you should have had lots of fun throughout this time, right?" Snowy nodded. She'd been really free during this time, and she could explore this planet. Yang Yi smiled, and then he gazed at Nanjing. The latter was still training. However, she wasn't training with techniques, she was training in ordinary basic moves. She should be done soon. The martial emperor suddenly said, "Both of you can leave once she's done." Yang Yi nodded because it was time to leave. They'd been here for around 6 months, and he could only wonder how Yang Lianshuang and the others were doing right now. Now, he just had to wait for a Nanjing to be done. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "Senior, can I ask you something? Do you know the race from the initial civilization?" "The initial civilization?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. "You actually know about them?" Yang Yi replied, "I found out by chance." The martial emperor pondered deeply for a moment and said, "The initial civilization is the most ancient among all the races of our large universe, and it's the most mysterious. It's even more mysterious than the void spirit race and prehistoric race. There are practically no records about them in our universe, and only a pitiful few know about their existence." He gazed at Yang Yi. "I'm quite surprised that you do." Yang Yi asked, "Senior, you know about them too?" The martial emperor spoke softly. "I don't know much. I only know that they left this universe." They left this universe. Yang Yi was quite disappointed. He shook his head and said, "Actually, the current large universe isn't at a dead end either. I came into contact with them, and they said that there is a teleportation formation here. However, the living beings of our large universe are too weak. So unless all the living beings in the entire large universe work together, it's impossible to activate it. But Senior, I'm sure you're aware how complicated the situation between all the organizations in this universe is. So, while it isn't impossible to make everyone work together because everyone wants to survive, I don't think anyone will believe me." Indeed, the martial emperor continued, "There is a huge formation in this large universe, but activating it will cost everyone a huge price. Once we pay that price but fail to leave, and then powerful enemies appear, then we'll all be finished." New novels chapters are published in Freewebel CM. Yang Yi said, "If you step forward, then perhaps me?" The martial emperor shook his head. "Don't put your hopes in me. The large universe is extremely complicated, and it'll probably get exhausted to death if I interfere. Of course, the most important reason is that I'm not that free to mind other people's business." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "I thought you were a righteous person. Didn't you say that with great power comes great responsibility?" The martial emperor shot a sideways glance at Yang Yi. "Not at all." He fell silent for a short moment and continued, "Actually, if it's within my ability, then I can help. But the problem is that the organizations in the large universe are in a complicated state, and everyone only cares about their own interests. So, if you make me be the good guy, they may consider me annoying, and I refuse to complete a thankless task like that. Moreover, even if I do it, will the Three Paths, the Alliance of All, and all those other organizations listen?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Then are you going to just watch as the large universe dies like this?" The martial emperor shrugged. "You make it sound like the destruction of the large universe is my responsibility." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the martial emperor said, "Forget about all of that. We just have to mind our own business. As for the large universe, just let them do as they please, and they can think of their own way out when they are finally at a day end." Yang Yi said, "Their way out is to take Snowy from me." Haha. The martial emperor roared with laughter. "So, in the end, your intention to help the large universe was fake, and you just want to help yourself? If I step forward and contact all the organizations of the large universe, their attention will fall onto that formation and not you, right?" Yang Yi wasn't embarrassed by this. "That is what I'm thinking. However, I'm not afraid even if they come for me. I've never been afraid of killing." The martial emperor grinned. "All of that has nothing to do with me." Yang Yi smiled. "Senior, what do you care about?" The martial emperor glanced at him. "Kid, you're really curious, and that's not a good thing." He suddenly gazed at Nanjing at this point. Meanwhile, she walked out of the hall and arrived before them. The martial emperor sized up Nanjing and asked, "How do you feel?" She nodded. "Very good." The martial emperor nodded slightly and said, "Sages are no threat to you now. However, don't underestimate progenitors. Even I dare not underestimate them. Not one of the progenitors from the Four Paths are ordinary, and their true strength is a mystery. Anyway, you can describe them as being unfathomable. Besides them, there are some other mysterious living beings that can't be underestimated too. In short, don't think that you're invincible." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly asked, "Where are you going?" The martial emperor stopped. "A place I've wanted to go to for a very long time. You have to tread on your future path on your own. However, I'm confident in you. And I'd be even more confident if you leave this fellow. The trouble this fellow is in are very troublesome." He glanced at Tianxiu when he spoke up to this point. Even if this little girl grows up, she may not be able to deal with the trouble he's mixed up in. That person is truly formidable. He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. And Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi. They'll always be by your side. Yang Yi's heart felt warm. I know. And Nanjing nodded slightly and didn't speak further. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at Snowy and Tianxiu. Hurry up and eat. We'll leave once we've finished eating. Snowy cracked a smile, and then she tore off a leg from the goat and brought it to Yang Yi. Yang Yi chuckled and gazed at Nanjing. Come, let's eat together and leave after that. She nodded and didn't refuse. Just like that, they started gobbling down the entire roasted goat. Snowy wasn't really satisfied. She gazed at Yang Yi, and then started waving her claws quickly. She was telling him that they should go to the middle-aged man who roasted goats in the future. Yang Yi chuckled and rubbed Snowy's head. You are the only one who dares to make the martial emperor roast goats. After that, he took Snowy and Tianxiu in his arms before vanishing into the sky, and Nanjing followed behind him. In the sky, right when they were about to leave the planet, Tianxiu suddenly looked down. Her gaze gradually became icy cold, and something soundlessly appeared on her forehead. Netherworld Destiny. Chapter 2167 Killing is fun. Chapter 2167 Killing is fun. The Human Dimension. After they returned to the human dimension, and Nanjing entered the primordial pagoda while Yang Yi went to nature's sacred ground. In the hall, the experts from all over the human dimension were gathered in the hall. Up until now, the human race only had 19 sages. 19. It could be described as the true strength of the human race. While the human race had been in existence for countless years, it wasn't that easy for it to have 19 sages. Sages weren't so easily made. While Yang Yi and Nanjing already possessed strength that surpassed sages, they weren't sages in the end. Moreover, it was utterly impossible for them to attain the sage realm in a short while. The gazes of everyone in the hall converged on Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi felt unfathomable to them. A genius of the human race. All the sages here felt rather gratified. While the human race was fond of internal strife at most times, they would still step forward when their race was in danger. The human race had been defeated, but it had never been conquered. Yang Yi asked, has the alliance of all taken any action? Yang Lianshuang suddenly stepped forward and answered, they haven't taken any action in the last 6 months. However, some strange incidents have occurred throughout the large universe. The spirit energy in many smaller worlds has started to gradually vanish. At this point, no less than 30 continents have been destroyed, and this number is still increasing. Besides that, the spirit energy in even many other places throughout the medium universe and our large universe has started to dry up. The end times. The atmosphere here became quite heavy. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. The end times had begun. Suddenly, Lin Jin walked in and gazed at Yang Yi. The weapon path has requested your presence. The weapon path? Yang Yi frowned slightly. Do they need something? Lin Jin shook his head. They just requested your presence. They say that they have something to discuss with you. Meanwhile, an old man spoke abruptly. They're probably planning something. Yang Yi gazed at the old man. The old man's name was Elder Xian, and he was of quite high seniority in the human race, and he could be said to be the oldest sage in the human race. Something worth mentioning was that Elder Xian used to be part of the Sage Alliance, and they'd sent him to kill Yang Yi a long time ago. But Elder Xian refused. Meanwhile, Elder Xian gazed at Yang Yi. You're the central pillar of my human race, so you must be careful at all times and can absolutely not act carelessly. Even though the human race was united right now, it was because of Yang Yi's presence. Yang Yi was the central core of it, and he brought everyone together. Moreover, these experts of the human race were willing to accept his leadership. However, no one else could replicate the same thing. Even the sovereign of man had never been able to make the entire human race truly submit to him. I think you can go. Suddenly, Yang Lianshuang spoke. She bowed slightly to Elder Xian and continued. The weapon path has always remained neutral, so they probably have their reasons for inviting Yang Yi over. As far as I'm concerned, It should be related to the alliance of all. As for the danger Elder Shin mentioned, it naturally exists. However, I believe he's very confident in his own strength. She gazed at Yang Yi and grinned when she spoke up to this point. Everyone else gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "We'll go have a look. I too would like to know what their attitude towards things is like right now." Elder Shin nodded slightly. "Then be careful. Just send us a voice transmission if anything happens." He paused for a moment and continued. "Now we have another problem. The spirit energy in some places within the human dimension has started to dry up. So about the people there. Bring them over." Yang Yi suddenly said, "Our human race is in a crisis right now, so I hope we can all give support and help whenever and wherever it's needed." He withdrew a spatial ring and placed it on the table in front of him. "There are 1,000,000 immortal crystals in here. All of you discuss how to use it. If it isn't enough, then all of you contribute some too." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out of the hall, and Lin Jun followed him out. 1,000,000 immortal crystals. Silence filled the hall. 1,000,000 immortal crystals were not a small amount at all. Even if they were all sages here, their entire wealth may not total 1,000,000 immortal crystals. The most precious thing in the end times was immortal crystals. A long time passed before Elder Shin sighed. "I can't compare to him." If he was being honest, he would never give away so many immortal crystals at once, especially at a time like this. Meanwhile, Elder Shin gazed at Yang Lianshuang. "You manage it." Yang Lianshuang nodded and took the spatial ring. 1,000,000 immortal crystals. Even she was moved by that sum. Outside the hall, Yang Yi gazed at Lin Jun. "Do you need something?" "Follow current novels on Freebnovel." "See him," Lin Jun nodded. "To be honest, I have a request." Yang Yi said, "Please go on." Lin Jun hesitated for a moment and said, "I want to ask you to take Shuya as your disciple." Yang Yi had naturally not forgotten Shuya. It was the young man who'd gained the Confucianist progenitor's inheritance. Yang Yi asked, "Why?" "I'm sure you're aware that his path will be completely different from my path." Lin Jun laughed bitterly. "I know. I just want him to have an identity that will keep him alive. So, even if I'm dead, no one will dare to target him throughout the human dimension or even the large universe." Yang Yi came to an understanding at this point. Shuya was the Confucianist progenitor's successor, but the Confucianist progenitor and Confucianist path were gone. Lin Jun was afraid that the responsible parties would not spare Shuya. If that was the case, then Lin Jun and the entire Lin clan wouldn't be able to protect Shuya at all. Yang Yi. Throughout the human race, Yang Yi was the only one who could instill fear in those existences hiding in the shadows. Yang Yi nodded when he thought up to this point, all right? Lin Jun heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard this, and then he bowed respectfully to Yang Yi. "My Lin clan will never forget this kindness, and will follow you no matter what from now on." Yang Yi's agreement was undoubtedly a life-saving talisman for Shuya and the Lin clan. Moreover, even if those existences come to annihilate the Lin clan and Shuya would have a very good chance to survive because he had Yang Yi's protection. Yang Yi said, "Don't worry about it." Yang Yi turned around and vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Lin Jun stood on the spot and looked in the direction Yang Yi had left toward. At this moment, he felt quite fortunate. He felt fortunate that he hadn't obeyed the sovereign of man's orders and hunted Yang Yi. If had done that, everything wouldn't be the same as it was right now. No matter what, it was a good outcome now. Yang Yi left the human dimension and arrived at the weapon dimension. This time, he encountered the guardian of the weapon dimension again. The latter merely glanced at him before moving aside. Yang Yi wasn't the same Yang Yi he knew anymore. Sages were of no threat to Yang Yi, and the weapon dimension's guardian was naturally aware of that. So, he didn't cause trouble for Yang Yi. Of course, he didn't dare to. Now, even if Yang Yi killed him, the weapon path would probably be unable to do anything to Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't make a fuss about his past experiences with the middle-aged man, and he just entered the weapon dimension. As soon as he entered it, a middle-aged man appeared before him. The man sized up Yang Yi and said, "Please come with me." He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and followed him. The middle-aged man led Yang Yi deep within a bamboo forest. Deep within the bamboo forest were two bamboo houses. They were facing each other from afar, and a crystal-clear river separated them. There were 6 people in the air above the river. Yang Yi recognized 2 of them. One of them was the weapon progenitor, and the other was the sovereign of sky. The sovereign of sky. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and walked over. The weapon progenitor sized up Yang Yi and smiled. Congratulations, your strength has grown tremendously. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. I'm still like an ant to you. The weapon progenitor replied, you are being too humble. Please have a seat. As soon as he said that, a chair made of water suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to sit on it. As for the sovereign of Sky's group, he ignored them. While the sovereign of Sky had quite a gloomy expression because of this, he didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the weapon progenitor said, allow me to introduce everyone. These are respectively the sovereign of Sky from the Sky race, the shaman emperor from the shaman race, the spirit god from the spirit race, the devil sovereign of the devil race, and the demon god of the demon race. Yang Yi sized up the people in front of him. While they were all sages, they were no ordinary sages. It could be said that all of them were halfway into the progenitor realm. They were true old experts. Of course, the sovereign of Sky was excluded. At this moment, the sovereign of Sky was the one with the least seniority amongst the people in his group. Yang Yi was looking at them, and they were looking at him. Their gazes had curiosity in them. This young man before them was the most dazzling young genius in the large universe. The weapon progenitor said, I brought all of you here today to discuss some things. I presume all of you are aware that the end times is gradually arriving, and it won't be long before the large universe becomes a desolate universe. Yet we're all still engaging in internal strife at a time like this. If this continues, the large universe will definitely be destroyed. If it's destroyed, it will definitely not end well for us as well. So, I summoned all of you here because I hope that all of you will stop fighting temporarily and stop acting against each other in secret. What do all of you think? He gazed at Yang Yi at this point. Obviously, he wanted to know Yang Yi's thoughts. Yang Yi smiled, Senior. I think what you just said makes a lot of sense. Fighting and killing is absolutely meaningless. The large universe needs peace, and I, Yang Yi, agree to that. The weapon progenitor glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at the sovereign of Sky's group. The sovereign of Sky glanced at Yang Yi. We can have peace. Just hand over the sprite lord. Suddenly, the smile on Yang Yi's face instantly became icy cold. He flicked off a leaf on his shirt and said, Sorry, I was just joking. Peace is utterly meaningless. I think we should fight. Killing is fun. All of them were stunned speechless by this. Chapter 2168, Just Shut Up. Chapter 2168, Just Shut Up. The atmosphere here instantly became tense. Yang Yi had indifference all over his face. Hand over Snowy? They were dreaming. Suddenly, the sovereign of Sky wanted to say something, but Yang Yi spoke first. He gazed at the weapon progenitor. Actually, I came here sincerely, but now it seems like some people aren't sincere. Since that's the case, we don't have to talk further. He gazed at the sovereign of Sky's group. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. The sovereign of Sky and the others had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. Yang Yi was too arrogant. Suddenly, the weapon progenitor spoke. Young brother, please wait a moment. Yang Yi stopped, gazed at the weapon progenitor, and waited to hear what he had to say. The weapon progenitor said, If the alliance of all attacks the human race, then do you think the human race can defend itself? Yang Yi shook his head. Of course not. Surprise flashed through the weapon progenitor's eyes. Then, Yang Yi smiled. If we can't defend it, then we won't. They'll kill an equal amount to those they kill from my side. If the human race is annihilated, then I'll annihilate them. Mutual destruction. The weapon progenitor's eyes narrowed slightly. He had quite the headache at this moment. This fellow before him was an utter madman. This fellow clearly dared to bring mutual destruction to both sides if the alliance of all dared to attack him. Not to mention the alliance of all, even the weapon path was quite afraid. If he was kept busy, then who would stop Yang Yi? No one could. Moreover, Yang Yi had another monstrous genius by his side. If there was someone in the younger generation who could stop Yang Yi, then it would be in Nanjing. However, in Nanjing was on Yang Ye's side. You seem to be very confident in yourself. Suddenly, the Sovereign of Sky said, "But have you thought about what would happen if we kill you first?" "Kill me?" A smile curled up on Yang Ye's face. "Allow me to be honest. I'm not just saying it because you're standing here before me, but all of you are really not enough. Especially you, Sovereign of Sky. Let me say this right here and now. Let's fight one-on-one. And I'll let you do as you please to me if I can't kill you in 10 moves. Do you dare?" The surroundings fell silent when he said that. It was deathly silent. Kill the Sovereign of Sky in 10 moves. Not a surprise attack, but an actual one-on-one battle. Had Yang Yi gone mad? Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "I've changed my mind." Everyone here heaved slight sighs of relief in their hearts, because it seemed like Yang Yi had realized his mistake. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Why would I need 10 moves to kill you? 3 is more than enough." Everyone here was speechless. At this moment, the Sovereign of Sky's face was extremely unsightly. Could he step back from such provocation? Of course not. The Sovereign of Sky stepped forward and was about to speak, but the weapon progenitor shook his head. The Sovereign of Sky's pupils constricted from the sight of this. The weapon progenitor was stopping him. What did that represent? It represented that the weapon progenitor Gelt Yang Yi could kill him in 3 moves. Impossible. The Sovereign of Sky's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Yi glanced at the weapon progenitor and said, "Senior, let me just say this one last time. Since they aren't sincere, I'm leaving." "Right, I have to ask, has the weapon path joined forces with the Alliance of All?" The weapon progenitor shook his head slightly. "My weapon path will not interfere in these things, and I'm just doing this to try and help both of you make peace." While he didn't fear Yang Yi, he didn't want to offend Yang Yi. The Buddhist path had suffered because of it, and he didn't want the weapon path to follow in its footsteps. "Peace." Yang Yi nodded, "But it seems like you're bound to fail at that task." He glanced at the Sovereign of Sky's group and continued, "If the Sovereign of Sky remains in command of the Alliance of All, then I can tell all of you that we don't have to discuss anything. The Alliance of All isn't afraid of my human race, and we are not afraid of you either. If you want to fight, we'll be ready at any time. Do you really plan to bring mutual destruction to us?" Suddenly, the demon god spoke abruptly. Yang Yi glanced at the demon god. "My patience is limited. If you still want to speak about such meaningless things to me, then forgive me for being unwilling to stay and listen." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, the spirit god said, "We can forget the Sprite Lord." Yang Yi stopped and gazed at him. The latter said, "We can forget the matter of the Sprite Lord for now, and we can talk about it in the future. Now, let's talk about something else, all right?" Yang Yi said, "Go on." The spirit god walked over to Yang Yi. "The end times is here, and we need a way out. But it's very difficult to find. However, according to my knowledge, the Sprite Lord may be able to help. After all, she receives the favor of all sprites. We hope that she can help us find a way out. Once we have a way out, the enmity between our alliance and you would cease to exist." He paused for a moment and continued, "If you refuse, it's equivalent to refusing us a way out of this. I'm not threatening you, but at that time, we have no other choice but to go to war with you and seize the Sprite Lord. This is the truth, and it's our final option. However, we know you're not ordinary, and you have the support of experts too. So, war will only lead to our mutual destruction. But we can only wait for death if we don't go to war, and we'll have a chance if we do." Yang Yi remained silent, because he knew that the spirit god wasn't wrong. Once they couldn't find a way out, the Alliance of All would definitely target him and Snowy. Once they were at a dead end, they couldn't be stopped, even if Yang Yi had the support of 3 progenitors. All of them just wanted to live. The spirit god added, "That's what we wanted to discuss. You used the Sprite Lord to help us find a way out, and we'll be absolutely grateful if you succeed." Actually, they wanted to get the Sprite Lord for themselves. However, Yang Yi wasn't a weakling. They tried before this, but not only had they failed, they'd lost so many experts as well. Even the Buddhist path had chosen to temporarily retreat. At that moment, they knew that they had to use a different method. So they got the help of the weapon progenitor. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "So, all of you are trying to stick to me?" The spirit god replied, "You can think of it from another angle. You need to find a way out for the human race, right? Since you're searching, then why not search for everyone? Isn't it great if we can all escape the large universe? Find a way out." Yang Yi glanced at the spirit god and replied, "I can help, but I have conditions. You want to raise conditions?" Meanwhile, the sovereign of sky suddenly spoke coldly, "You? What you?" Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the sovereign of sky. "Can you shut up? If you don't, then let's fight one-on-one." One-on-one. An unsightly expression instantly appeared on the sovereign of sky's face. He was about to speak when the spirit god spoke first. "Tell us about your conditions." Yang Yi gazed at the spirit god. "It's very simple. Firstly, I need immortal crystals. Not much, just 3 million. 3 million. The sovereign of sky spoke angrily. "Yang Yi, you." Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. Bang! The sovereign of sky was blasted over 10 kilometers away, and a third of his body on the right flew away. Blood sprayed while internal organs almost splattered all over the ground. However, he was still alive because head prevented it from hitting any vital parts of his body. But the surroundings fell silent. The weapon progenitor glanced at Yang Yi and closed his eyes. As for the spirit god and the others, their faces were extremely solemn. One attack. The sovereign of sky had almost been instantly killed. Was Yang Yi a progenitor? The atmosphere here became extremely heavy, or it should be described as oppressive. It was the oppressed of that attack. As for the sovereign of sky, he was beyond shocked. A single attack. He hadn't been able to resist Yang Yi's attack, or to be more precise, had almost been killed in an instant. Terrifying. That was what the sovereign of sky thought about it. Yang Yi didn't attack again. He glanced at the sovereign of sky and said, "I think you should just shut your mouth." He gazed at the spirit god and continued, "Can we discuss my conditions now? Of course, if you think they aren't acceptable, then there's no need to discuss further. If you want to fight, or anything else, you can do as you please." Domineering. He was just that domineering. Needless to say, it made them extremely uncomfortable. Yang Yi and the human race were clearly the weaker side, but Yang Yi acted like he was on the stronger side. The spirit god suppressed the discomfort in his heart and said, "What do you want 3 million immortal crystals for?" Yang Yi replied, "It's very simple. You want the Sprite Lord's help. Don't you have to pay for it? Do you think she's my pet, and she will do anything I say? She's a lord, and you must pay immortal crystals for her to do anything." "What? You look like you think I want those immortal crystals? Am I that kind of person?" The spirit god had a trace of doubt in his eyes. Obviously, he doubted Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "The Sprite Lord is the Sprite Lord. How could she possibly help all of you for free?" He suddenly stopped at this point. A short while later, he gazed at the spirit god and the others. "I can't do anything about this. She has changed her mind. She wants 5 million immortal crystals now, and she want help without them." Everyone here, and even Snowy, was speechless. Chapter 2169 Initial Spirit Star. Chapter 2169 Initial Spirit Star. 5 million immortal crystals. Even the weapon progenitor's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. It wasn't a small amount, yet Yang Yi was demanding such an exorbitant price. The atmosphere here became quite oppressive. Now, it was up to the spirit god to agree or not. If he refused, the outcome was obvious. They would have to go to war. But if they agreed, they would be making a compromise. War or compromise? A long time passed before the spirit god nodded slightly. "You're right. The Sprite Lord is a being born of this world, and she definitely would want something in return for helping us. We'll give you 5 million immortal crystals." Had chosen to make a compromise. A smile appeared on Yang Yi's face. Meanwhile, the spirit god added, "I hope she'll be able to find us a way out once you get those immortal crystals." "Of course." Yang Yi smiled. "She'll do her best." Not just her best. The spirit god looked at Yang Yi in the eyes. "She must." Yang Yi met his gaze. If you say so. They looked at each other for a long time. In the end, the spirit god gazed at the demon god and the others. They nodded slightly. It didn't take long for them to put together 5 million immortal crystals. Yang Yi naturally took them all without refusing. Once he took the immortal crystals, Yang Yi added, I have one more request. This isn't the Spirit Lord's request but my own. Don't look at me like that. It isn't a very difficult condition. It's just a small matter. I need your information, the information you have about all the organizations in the large universe, especially those organizations hiding in the shadows. Besides that, I need the information you have about the endless black holes. I need all of that. The spirit god frowned slightly. Why? Yang Yi replied, if we're looking for a way out, shouldn't we focus on the endless black holes? The spirit god glanced at Yang Yi. All right, well do it. Yang Yi nodded. I'll let you know if I need any other help. Yang Yi turned around and vanished into the sky. The others fell silent. Meanwhile, the devil monarch spoke abruptly. What an exorbitant price. The spirit god replied indifferently, if he can find us a way out, then not to mention 5 million, even 50 million is worth it. Immortal crystals are precious, but our lives are much more precious. Meanwhile, the demon god asked, what if he fails? The spirit god fell silent for a moment and replied, then well make him pay 1,000-fold. All of them fell silent. They naturally understood what the spirit god meant. But Yang Yi wasn't easy to deal with now. Head almost instantly killed the Sovereign of Sky with a single attack. Even if such strength was inferior to a progenitor, it wasn't that far away anymore. But Yang Yi was just at the Major Zen realm. The Major Zen realm? Their hearts grew even heavier when they thought up to this point. A long time passed before the spirit god gazed at the weapon progenitor. Senior, what do you think? The weapon progenitor grinned. My weapon path will not be interfering in these things. All I can say is I hope hell be able to find a way out for all of you. Otherwise, our large universe will probably collapse before the end times even arrive completely. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The spirit god glanced at the surroundings and said, everyone, don't act against Yang Yi and the human race for now. And if he has any requests, just fulfill them if they aren't too much. So long as he can find us a way out, all losses are worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the sky. A short while later, all of them had left, except the Sovereign of Sky. At this moment, while Head lost half his face, the ferocity and madness on his face were still visible on the other intact half. After he left the weapon dimension, Yang Yi didn't choose to return to the human dimension. He traveled through space and arrived at an abandoned planet. Initial Spirit Star. The planet before him was the former main continent of the initial civilization. He wasn't just here to look for treasures. He was here for a way out. Yang Yi was the leader of the human race now, so he had to be responsible for the human race's fate. Perhaps he couldn't save the entire human race, but he would do his best. Responsibility. As a man, since Head taken some things on his shoulders, then he had to bear the responsibility that came with it. There was a huge formation around the large universe. While it wasn't completely unrealistic to make the alliance of all and the three paths work together to activate it, it was definitely difficult. Moreover, he refused to trust the alliance of all, the Buddhist path, and the weapon path. He wanted to try and see if he could use the human race's own strength to activate that formation, and then lead the human race out of this large universe and avoid the end times. Had come to the initial spirit star because he wanted to see if he could find a way here. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then his divine sense gradually stretched out. A long time passed before he withdrew it. He didn't sense any signs of life. However, he did notice something. He noticed an abandoned city. Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was before the extremely grand and ancient city when he appeared again. Its walls were extremely high, almost 300 m tall. He felt like an ant standing before the city of humans and looking at its walls. He felt small before it. Yang Yi entered the city, and it was a scene of desolation. Besides some ancient buildings, there were no signs of life, and those buildings seemed to have existed for countless years. So while they weren't destroyed, they were in ruins, and they emanated a terrible smell. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he flicked a ray of sword energy forward. Hiss! It instantly struck against the wall before him. However, the wall wasn't blasted apart, and merely a mark was left behind there. It's so strong. A slightly solemn expression appeared on Yang Yi's face. Based on his current strength, even a sage would have found that sword energy difficult to resist. Based on these buildings before him, Yang Yi could sense how powerful the initial civilization had been. Yang Yi walked around the city, but he didn't find anything. Right when he was about to leave, Tianxiu came outside with Snowy in her arms. Yang Yi had quite a strange expression on his face as he gazed at her, because she didn't need any help from him to leave the primordial pagoda now. Moreover, she didn't need the pagoda's permission either. She could just go in and leave when she wanted. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly pointed into the distance. Big brother, there's something over there. There's something there? Snowy had looked over in that direction before Yang Yi could say anything, and then she blinked and gazed at Yang Yi before waving her claws. There seems to be something there. That was what Snowy was telling him. Yang Yi grinned. Then let's head over there. He paused for a moment and continued. You two go inside for now, all right? Tianxiu looked up at Yang Yi. Big brother is very strong now. You can protect Snowy and me. Yang Yi roared with laughter. Then let's go. As he spoke, he took her hand and walked forward. Tianxiu glanced at Yang Yi, and there was a trace of an unusual expression in her eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly appeared on Yang Yi's left. Just like Tianxiu was holding Yang Yi's right hand, Snowy took Yang Yi's left hand. Just like that, Yang Yi held both their hands as he went forward. A short while later, Tianxiu told Yang Yi to stop. There was a huge platform in front of them, and 4 vicious demon beasts were around it. Of course, they were statues. The demon beasts were of different shapes, and Yang Yi had never seen any one of them. They surrounded the platform, and there was a pool of clear water at the center of the platform. A sacrificial platform. That was what came to Yang Yi's mind. The thing before him seemed like a sacrificial platform. Yang Yi looked at Tianxiu. What's this? She shook her head slightly. I don't know. I just sensed something there. Something? Yang Yi walked over to the platform. There were a few strange words inscribed below the platform. Yang Yi had never seen these words in his life, so he didn't know what they meant. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and walked forward. He gazed at the statue before him. It was like a wolf, but it was only like a wolf. It had a horn on its head, and it was shaped like a crescent. Moreover, it had just a single eye. Yang Yi was about to touch it when Snowy suddenly flew to his shoulder and waved her claws swiftly. Danger! Yang Yi frowned when he realized what she was telling him. Snowy's sense of danger was extremely strong. Since she said it was dangerous, it was definitely dangerous. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to take Snowy and leave the platform. Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at the platform, and then he took Tianxiu's hand. Let's go. Tianxiu nodded. Yang Yi immediately left, but he hadn't even taken a few steps when Tianxiu stopped. Yang Yi looked down at her, and she looked up at Yang Yi. Something is looking at us. It's behind us. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned around and looked at the platform, but he saw nothing. Yang Yi looked at Tianxiu, and the latter said, It's still there. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists when he heard this. He naturally didn't think she was lying to him. So, he immediately activated the sword domain. However, he still saw nothing. Nothing at all. At this moment, a solemn expression appeared on Yang Yi's face. Suddenly, Tianxiu said, It's coming. Snowy blinked, hesitated for a moment, and then went into Yang Yi's shirt. Only half her head was outside, and her paws were over her eyes. Yang Yi gazed at Tianxiu. Are you sure? She nodded. It's right in front of you. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Chapter 2170. Familiar Sword. In front of me? Yang Yi looked in front of himself, but it was completely empty. He activated the sword domain, yet there was still nothing there. However, he was very well aware that Tianxiu would never lie to him. In other words, there was something in front of him, but he couldn't see it. Suddenly, Snowy hid her head into his clothes, and only a single fluffy ear remained outside. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Tianxiu suddenly took Yang Ye's hand and started walking backward. She just stared forward without blinking while tightly clenching her other hand. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "What's in front of me?" Tianxiu looked down slightly. "A very formidable thing. It wants to kill you, big brother. It wants to kill me." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he raised his hand and swung his sword. A sword howl resounded and sword energy shot forward. However, it just suddenly stopped in midair like it had been grabbed by something. At this moment, Yang Yi was certain that there was something in front of him. Yang Yi wanted to attack again, but Tianxiu pulled him backward. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he didn't attack and just allowed her to pull him back. Just like that, they moved around 300 m back before Tianxiu suddenly stopped. Yang Yi asked, "Is it gone?" She shook her head and gazed at Yang Yi. "Big brother, leave first, all right?" "No." Yang Yi immediately refused and took her hand. "We'll leave together." Tianxiu looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Big brother, leave first, all right? I'll be fine. But if you don't leave, you won't be fine. Big brother, just listen to me this one time, all right?" Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, "I know that you're not ordinary, but I can't just leave you here. Moreover, you must believe in me too. While that thing before me is very mysterious, and I'm strong too, right?" A smile appeared on Tianxiu's face. "Big brother is very strong." Yang Yi replied, "Then we'll leave together." Tianxiu thought for a moment and nodded. She looked up in front of Yang Yi, and then she walked forward slowly. When she was around 3 m away from Yang Yi, she stopped and stared ahead while something soundlessly appeared on her forehead. Netherworld Destiny. She suddenly placed her right hand against her forehead, and Netherworld Destiny seemed to be on the verge of being pulled out. But right when she was about to really pull it out, the distant platform shook violently, and then something seemed to retreat back into it. A moment later, the platform had returned to calm once more. Meanwhile, Tianxiu stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. "Big brother, let's go." Yang Yi glanced at the sacrificial altar, and then he took her hand and left. A short while later, they vanished from Initial Spirit Star. Not long after they left, a ray of blue light appeared on the platform, and then an ethereal figure soundlessly appeared. "You spoiled it for me." A furious howl resounded. It was like muffled thunder, and it resounded through every corner of the planet. After he left Initial Spirit Star with Tianxiu, Yang Yi went to the endless black holes. He could only be considered to have left the large universe when he was before the endless black holes. He had to leave the territory of the large universe to see it in its entirety. The large universe was huge. It included the small universe and medium universe. Both of them were located within the scope of the large universe. How huge was the entire large universe? Even a progenitor may not be able to figure out the answer to that question. However, the initial civilization had been able to use the large universe as the formation's core to create a teleportation formation. Such ability was truly terrifying. As he sensed the large universe, Yang Ye's face gradually turned gloomy, because he sensed that it was probably unrealistic to think about activating the formation with just the human race's resources. Moreover, while he knew the large universe was the formation's core, he didn't know the exact way to activate it. So, using it to teleport the human race away like the initial civilization had teleported themselves away was difficult, extremely difficult. So, Yang Yi felt quite lost. He hadn't experienced the end times, but he was sure that it was absolutely not something nice, or it should be described as being very brutal. Without spirit energy, all the cultivators in the world would become like fish out of water. Moreover, natural disasters would occur incessantly. Simply speaking, the end times was an apocalypse. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the endless black holes. It was an expanse of pitch black, and even starlight couldn't enter the area. Yang Yi stood there silently for a short while, and then he entered them. Endless black holes and endless darkness. Yang Yi summoned Snowy. He gazed at her and said, "Snowy, can you sense any special places here?" In the end, he decided to look for another way out. The formation around the large universe seemed impossible no matter how he looked at it. unless he could gain the support of all the races and the 3 paths to study the formation. However, he didn't plan to do that, because they wouldn't believe him. Perhaps they would only believe him when they had no other choice. Snowy glanced at the surroundings. It was pitch black, and she didn't really like that. A short while passed before Snowy gazed at him and shook her head. She hadn't sensed anything special. Yang Yi nodded. Then let's go further in. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Snowy in his arms and vanished into the distance. A day later, Yang Yi had passed through numerous black holes, but Snowy still didn't notice anything. However, he still didn't choose to give up and continued forward. Just like that, 3 more days passed. At this moment, even Yang Yi didn't know which direction he was traveling toward, and he would never be able to get back if he didn't have the black hole spirit. Finally, on the 4th day, and right before Yang Yi was about to give up, Snowy found something. Snowy pointed ahead, and there was a speck of light far away in the distance. Light! Yang Yi was shocked. After all, he was in the depths of darkness, yet there was light here? Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. Is it dangerous? Snowy blinked and shrugged to display that she didn't know. Yang Yi felt speechless. After giving it some consideration, Yang Yi chose to head over there. He'd been searching for days and had finally found something, so he would naturally not give up. Yang Yi took Snowy in his arms and flew toward the speck of light. However, he noticed that it was boundlessly far from him. How fast was he right now? However, after flying for almost 2 hours on his sword, it had merely grown a little brighter before him. He still had a very long way to go. Yang Yi continued forward. As he traveled forward, the speck of light grew in size. Now, it was over 10 m wide. Big brother. Suddenly, Tian Xiu emerged from the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she glanced at the surroundings. Big brother, are you going there? She pointed at the speck of light. Yang Yi nodded. Why? Is it dangerous? She spoke softly. I don't know. I just feel that it's very strange. Very strange. Yang Yi rubbed her head. I know. We'll just go have a look, and we'll run if it's dangerous. All right? Snowy hurriedly nodded on Yang Ye's shoulder to display her agreement. Tianxiu hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then be careful. Yang Yi smiled. He was about to speak when she suddenly took his hand. I don't want you or Snowy to be in danger. I don't want to lose my loved ones. Yang Yi squatted down and gazed at her. Have you recalled something? You feel a little different now. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. Yang Yi smiled and said, Since you don't want to tell me, then don't. Tell me when you want to, all right? She nodded. Yang Yi smiled and said, Both of you get inside the pagoda. Don't refuse. Go in now. They didn't refuse and obediently entered the primordial pagoda. After they entered the pagoda, Yang Yi turned around and gazed at the speck of light. After that, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. This time, Yang Yi raised his speed to its limits. He was so fast that space was torn open before him, and it only took 2 hours for him to stop. A huge white door of light was in front of him. It was almost 300 m long and over 100 m wide. It emanated dazzling white light, and nothing could be seen clearly behind it. Even the black holes in the surroundings couldn't devour the white light it emanated. Yang Yi frowned. What is this door? He sized up the surroundings but noticed nothing. Only this door was here. To enter or not to enter? Yang Yi faced quite a dilemma. The door wasn't normal, so only the unknown awaited behind it. But if he didn't enter it, was he supposed to just return like this? If he did that, he would feel quite reluctant. Yang Yi pondered for a long time. In the end, he chose to go in and have a look. Yang Yi raised his right hand and judgment appeared in his grasp. Right when he was about to enter the door of light, a voice resounded in his ears, If you go inside, no one will be able to save you. Yang Yi stopped and looked behind. A figure was rapidly approaching him. It didn't take long for the figure to arrive before him, and that person pointed at the door of light. Look carefully. Yang Yi turned around, and it didn't take long for his pupils to constrict. There was a mark from a sword on that door. That mark was too familiar to him. It was made by the unfettered one. Chapter 21 7110 Moves. Chapter 21 7110 Moves. The mark wasn't long, and it was only around 3 m long. It wasn't deep either, and it was just a shallow mark. It was impossible to notice if one didn't look carefully. Of course, all of that wasn't the main point. The main point was that it had been left behind by the unfettered one. Yang Yi gazed at the man before him. Had met this man in the past. It was the armless man. Based on what the Tao progenitor had told Yang Yi, the man was the dean of Martial Emperor Academy. The armless man walked over to the door of light. Do you know what this is? Yang Yi shook his head. The armless man said, I don't know either. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the armless man continued, it's a very unusual place. Besides that, 3 people have been here. 2 of them are the Martial Emperor and the person who left that mark. Yang Yi spoke without thinking. What about the last person? The armless man smiled. What do you think? Yang Yi glanced at him. Obviously, it was the armless man before him. The armless man gazed at the door. 3 people. All 3 of us have been here. But do you know what happened in the end? Yang Yi shook his head. The armless man explained. The Martial Emperor went in and came out within 10 minutes. After that, he gave up his position as dean and chose to live like a villager. As for the other one, he was in there a while longer. He only emerged around 2 hours later. However, he still did come out from in there. After that, he struck the door with his sword. That attack left that mark on the door. Just that mark. Just that mark. Yang Yi could discern something special about those words. The armless man continued. This door can be said to be the most mysterious place in our large universe. Yang Yi suddenly asked, is this the Stargate? The Stargate? The armless man gazed at Yang Yi. You really do know a lot. It should be that prehistoric expert who told you, right? Yang Yi nodded. The armless man shook his head. You should be more vigilant against them. They aren't ordinary, not ordinary at all. As for this door, I don't know if it's the Stargate or not. In any case, it isn't something you can enter right now. Yang Yi asked, have you gone inside? The armless man shook his head. Those 2 fellows came back out, so I think it won't end well for me either. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Even the unfettered one couldn't resist whatever was on the other side? Not at all. The armless man said, based on that fellow's strength, not to mention now, even if all the civilizations in the history of our entire large universe came back, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. There are no more than 2 reasons why he came outside again. 1, there was nothing there that aroused his interest. 2, the people in there were strong, but they weren't strong enough. So, he just left that mark behind. This mark carries 2 meanings. Firstly, it means he has a little interest in it, and he only left that mark behind because of his interest. Yang Yi asked, what about the second meaning? The armless man said, the second meaning is, what lies at the other side of this door isn't ordinary at all. Yang Yi fell silent for a while, and then he said, Senior, what do you think about the end times? What do I think? He glanced at Yang Yi. What do I care? It has nothing to do with me. Yang Yi was speechless. The armless man continued, you're the leader of the human race now? Yang Yi nodded. The armless man shook his head. Do you feel like you don't have enough problems? Or do you think it's cool to be the leader of the human race? Yang Yi replied, no. It's just that since I've come this far, there are things that I should shoulder. A wisp of praise flashed through the armless man's eyes. That's a good way to think. Men can never give up their responsibilities. All right, forget that. Go back to Martial Emperor Academy with me. Yang Yi asked, why? The armless man smiled. Are you interested in taking control of Martial Emperor Academy? Taking control of the academy? Yang Yi frowned, Senior. What are you trying to say? The armless man fell silent for a moment and explained. When the Martial Emperor gave Martial Emperor Academy to me, I wasn't interested either. However, I had to so that I could make him owe me a favor. Of course, I still have no interest in being the dean. But since you've been swept into the conflicts of the normal world, Martial Emperor Academy should be useful to you. If you take control of it, it'll be very helpful to you and the human race. Yang Yi asked, why me? Not you. The armless man said, you can't be the dean. Yang Yi felt speechless. The armless man continued, I'm talking about that little girl. If she's willing, she can take the position of dean at any time. Of course, when she's the dean, it's no different than you being the dean. In any case, she'll be your wife, sooner or later, right? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the armless man roared with laughter. You're really quite amazing. I know a bit about her temper, and you're really amazing to have been able to get her. Yang Yi glanced at him. Was it Senior Martial Emperor who wanted her to become the dean? The armless man shook his head. It's my own intentions. Of course, he won't have any objections, because no one knows better how suitable she is. Moreover, she has obtained the Martial Emperor's inheritance, and she's the only person in the large universe who enjoys a reputation that's on par with yours. If she chooses to be the dean, she would be able to convince everyone to support her. Now, it just depends on whether she is willing. Meanwhile, an Nanjing appeared by Yang Ye's side. The armless man gazed at her, and she gazed at Yang Yi and said, I'm willing. Yang Yi spoke softly, Don't force yourself if you don't like it. I'm not afraid of anyone. He naturally knew that he was the biggest reason why Shed accepted it. Because if she took control of the academy, it would be equivalent to Yang Yi possessing extraordinary support. And Nanjing said, It's fine. Don't worry. Yang Yi wanted to say more, but she said, It's decided. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, All right, let's go. Meanwhile, the armless man said, They'll take you there right now. Oh, it's best if she assumes her position today. Then I'll have one less burden. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and vanished on the spot with them. At the moment they left, Yang Yi and in Nanjing hadn't noticed that the armless man had glanced at that door of light. Martial Emperor Academy. The middle-aged man brought Yang Yi to Martial Emperor Peak in the academy. It was the main peak here, and it was where the core of the academy resided. The armless man's voice resounded throughout the academy. All students, come to Martial Emperor Peak immediately. The dean. At this moment, clamorous noise filled the academy. It could be said that even some elders rarely met their dean, because he was too mysterious. He was so mysterious that while everything knew the vice dean, they subconsciously allowed themselves to forget that the academy had a dean. Now, the dean was back. It didn't take long for the students to rush over. It wasn't just the students. Even some elders and instructors had rushed over. In next to no time, Martial Emperor Peak was bustling. The armless man stood on the platform in front of Martial Emperor Hall, and there was an old man on his right. It was the vice dean. As for on his left, and Nanjing was there, and Yang Yi was by Nanjing's side. Countless students stood below the platform, and all of them were looking at the armless man with curiosity in their eyes. The armless man glanced at them and said, Since I've been the dean, I rarely reside in the academy, and the vice dean has been managing everything. I know I've been derelict in my duties. Now, I announce that I won't be the dean from this moment forward. Clamorous noise resounded. He was stepping down. The dean they hadn't seen for so long was stepping down as soon as they met him. All of them were shocked. Meanwhile, the armless man added, As for the new dean, I've found one for you. He gazed at Nanjing. I presume she's not a new face to all of you. From this moment onward, she'll take the position of dean. Of course, you can step forward if you're not satisfied. So long as you can defeat her, you can be the dean. In Nanjing, everyone gazed at Nanjing. She was naturally not an unfamiliar face to them. After all, she'd been in the academy. As for being dissatisfied, there probably wasn't a single person who would feel like that. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare to step forward. She was an existence on par with Yang Yi, and she could kill sages in an instant. The armless man glanced at the surroundings and said, Looks like you have no objections, then it's decided. From today onward, she'll be the new dean. He gazed at the vice dean and said, It'll be troubling you to work hard for a few more years. The vice dean laughed bitterly. He was quite depressed because both the deans were people who wouldn't really manage the academy. It was how the Martial Emperor did things, and it was how the armless man before him did things too. Moreover, the armless man was worse because he was practically never present in the academy. If the academy hadn't been in trouble and required the armless man to deal with it, he may have never met the armless man. Yet now, and Nanjing was taking the armless man's position, and based on the situation, she was probably just like the last two deans. A busy life. Suddenly, a voice resounded, "Dean. I can be the dean if I defeat her?" Everyone looked toward the source of the voice, and they saw a young man around the age of 20. He wore a white robe and had pride all over his face. "It's senior brother Yunfan," someone exclaimed. On the platform, the armless man gazed at the vice dean, and the latter said, "A genius who just joined. I forgot to tell you about him. He's really good, and his natural talent is amazing." During this period that she wasn't in the academy, he defeated all the seniors in the academy, and it took him less than 10 moves each. He's good in every aspect, except he's too proud. Suddenly, the young man gazed at a Nanjing, and then he raised his thumb before twisting it down. 10 moves. If I can't defeat you in 10 moves, then I'll walk on my knees from now on. Everyone here was stunned speechless. Chapter 2172 Nether Palace. Chapter 2172 Nether Palace. 10 moves. The surroundings fell silent. Who was a Nanjing? She was someone who'd killed sages, but Yunfan actually spoke about defeating her in 10 moves. The armless man smiled and didn't say a word. He just gazed at a Nanjing. A moment later, a Nanjing vanished from the platform, and she was in front of Yunfan when she appeared again. The latter reacted very quickly. Head clenched his fist at the instant and Nanjing had vanished, and then he slammed his fist forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a figure was blasted 300 m away. It was Yunfan. As soon as he stopped himself, a Nanjing appeared in front of him, and then explosions resounded incessantly. Bang! 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 A strange scene appeared here. The insufferably arrogant Yunfan was being slammed around by just one of a Nanjing's legs, and he actually couldn't fight back at all. Everyone here was speechless. Yang Yi shook his head. Firstly, Yunfan did have some skill, because Head been able to take 3 of a Nanjing's moves. Head forcefully stopped the first 3 of a Nanjing's moves, but that was all. A Nanjing's strength was something that could overcome even a few sages. As for Yunfan, he was too young. Around 10 minutes later, a Nanjing stopped and returned to the platform. Meanwhile, Yunfan was lying on the ground. The surroundings were deathly silent. Head lost just like that. A Nanjing glanced at Yunfan and said, "You don't have to walk on your knees, just be a little humble." Humble. At this moment, all the students' admiration of a Nanjing skyrocketed. She was strong, a woman, and so young. So, as far as the students were concerned, making an old man a dean was naturally not as fun as having a young and strong female dean. Just like that, and Nanjing became the dean of Martial Emperor Academy, the first female dean in the academy's history. The peak of the mountain at the back of Martial Emperor Academy. The armless man stood there while Yang Yi and a Nanjing were by his side. "They'll be leaving for some time." Meanwhile, the armless man suddenly said, "Be careful, both of you. Regardless of whether it's the prehistoric experts, Nether Pavilion, the God Race, the Three Paths, or the Universe Sprite, they aren't easy to deal with. Or I should say that some forces are itching to make a move. The large universe may seem calm right now, but it actually just needs a fuse." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "And you are very likely to be that fuse." Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? "The Sprite Lord." The armless man spoke softly. "That little fellow's abilities are far greater than you can imagine. She's very likely to become someone everyone fights for. They aren't fighting for her now because it isn't time, but when the time comes, you may be unable to deal with their attacks." Yang Yi asked, "Are they all very strong?" The armless man nodded. "Very strong. According to the information I received, the God Race's patriarch Shi Tian may be about to awaken. He's not someone easy to deal with at all. Then there's the Nether Pavilion. In short, both of you should be careful. Besides that, you can take a look at the Academy's library. Some information about the large universe that the Martial Emperor gathered is kept there. There's all sorts of information. Remember it all because it'll be useful to you." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Why are you helping me?" The armless man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You'll find out in the future." He didn't say another word and vanished into the sky. Only Yang Yi and in Nanjing remained here. A short while passed before Yang Yi gazed at in Nanjing. Let's go have a look at the library. And Nanjing nodded. They went to the library, and no one stopped them as they went up to the highest level. After that, Yang Yi started reading through all the information within the library. Just as the armless man had said, they were very useful to him. Because there were records about the God race, void spirit race, and prehistoric race. While it wasn't complete, it could be said that this information couldn't be found anywhere else. There were even some records about the initial civilization. Unfortunately, there wasn't much. Besides that, there were some records about the four paths and all the races. These records were very detailed. Their enmities, conflicts, how those conflicts arose. Everything was recorded. Had learned a lot. 5 days later, they left the library. Outside the library, Yang Yi gazed at in Nanjing and said, I'm heading back to the human dimension. You probably can't return with me, right? She nodded. I have some things to deal with. Let me know if anything happens. Yang Yi nodded. You too. Don't forget to notify me if you need something. Others may do it all themselves, but I want, and you shouldn't either. Understand? She glanced at him and said, All right. Yang Yi smiled, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Once Yang Yi left, the vice dean appeared by Nanjing's side. The vice dean glanced at the direction Yang Yi had left toward and said, If he's willing to abandon that sprite lord, he will be able to avoid a lot of trouble. If he's willing to use the sprite lord to make a trade, he'll be able to get the best for himself. And Nanjing spoke softly, then he wouldn't be him. The vice dean nodded and gazed at her. Martial Emperor Academy will be swept into it, right? And Nanjing gazed at the vice dean. Do you think the academy can stay out of everything in these times? The vice dean shook his head. And Nanjing said, How many sages do we have? 9. The vice dean continued. They are all sages that relied on themselves to attain the sage realm, and 2 of them possess unfathomable strength. They can be said to be halfway into the progenitor realm. However, they are in closed-door cultivation at all times and rarely show themselves. And Nanjing asked, Will they obey my command? The vice dean hesitated for a moment and said, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. After all, you're very young. And Nanjing said, Tell them if they don't obey me, then they have 2 choices. Either die or leave the academy. The vice dean was shocked. You. And Nanjing closed her eyes slowly. Since I've taken over the academy, I need absolute obedience. I don't like people scheming against each other, and I don't like wasting my breath. If they refuse to obey, then leave my territory, otherwise, they'll kill them. The vice dean suddenly asked, What if all of them refuse? She gazed at him. Then he'll kill them all. The vice dean felt speechless. And Nanjing said, So long as I'm here, no one will dare to attack, even if Martial Emperor Academy has no sages. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. The vice dean laughed bitterly. Head underestimated her a little. In the beginning, Head thought she was only taking the position of dean and wouldn't actually take control of the academy, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. And Nanjing was really taking control. As for those sages, they didn't know how terrifying she was. It was really not difficult for her to kill a sage. The most terrifying part was that she had Yang Yi too. If anything were to happen to her in Martial Emperor Academy, then based on Yang Yi's temper, he would definitely destroy the academy. Trouble. The vice dean shook his head and vanished on the spot. After he left the academy, Yang Yi shot up into outer space. He planned to return to the human dimension. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of him. Surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. It's you. It was Nether Maiden from the Nether Pavilion. Nether Maiden. Yang Yi was extremely surprised. He hadn't expected to see her. She glanced at him and said, Someone wants to see you and talk to you. Come with me. She turned around and left. Yang Yi frowned slightly from the sight of this. She was acting a little strangely. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and followed her. Yang Yi glanced at her as they traveled. Has second sister regained consciousness? Nether Maiden nodded. Yes. Yang Yi was delighted. How about eldest sister? Nether Maiden replied softly. She's awake too. Yang Yi smiled and gazed at Nether Maiden. All 10 of you sisters. No, I mean all 11 of you sisters are together again. She nodded. What about your hall master? Yang Yi asked. Your hall master Xiao Xiyo. She has shown herself, right? Nether Maiden stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. Snowy is with you, right? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at her for a long time and smiled. She is. Why? Nether Maiden shook her head slightly. Nothing. Come with me. She sped up once she finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at her. In the end, he still chose to follow her. They traveled through outer space, and she only stopped around 2 hours later. At this moment, there was a pitch-black palace standing in space around 1 kilometer in front of them. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw 2 words above the palace. Nether Palace. Nether Palace. Nether Maiden gazed at Yang Yi. Let's go. She transformed into a ray of dark light that entered the palace. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to follow her. Once they entered the palace, a delicate voice came from afar. Welcome, young brother Yang Yi. Right, I know you're a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. Your Sprite Lord. My Nether Pavilion needs your Sprite Lord. I wonder if you can give it to us? Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. No. Chapter 2173 Xiao Xiyo. Chapter 2173 Xiao Xiyo. A woman in a purple dress stood before Yang Yi, and there was a cloak which was as thin as a cicada's wings hanging from her shoulder. Yang Yi had seen her before. It was Xiao Xiyo. Xiao Xiyo, the pavilion master of Nether Pavilion. As soon as Yang Yi refused, the surroundings fell silent. Or to be more precise, the atmosphere here became quite tense. Xiao Xiyo gazed at Yang Yi, and he met her gaze. A long time passed before she smiled. Is there no room for discussion? Yang Yi shook his head. None. Xiao Xiyo smiled. How stubborn. As she spoke, she stretched out her right hand, and the space around Yang Yi instantly froze. Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded. A moment later, Xiao Xiyo moved 300 m back while blood seeped out from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. Their first collision. She sized up Yang Yi and nodded. Needless to say, with such strength at your age, you deserve to be called a monstrous genius. Yang Yi said, Does your Nether Pavilion plan to take her from me by force? Xiao Xiyo appeared in front of Yang Yi again. What if I say yes? Yang Yi smiled. Then try me. A smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. Looks like you're very confident in yourself. Or perhaps you're confident in that person who stands behind you. Yang Yi shook his head. The Nether Pavilion is very strong. If eldest sister, second sister, and the others join forces, then killing me should be very easy. But so what? There are some things and some people in life that have to be protected, even if the consequence is death. As for whether I can succeed at protecting her, I don't know. All I do know is that I'll try my best to protect her while I live, and even if I die, I won't regret my choice. He gazed at Xiao Xiyo and continued, I have a connection to the Nether Pavilion, but if you choose to take her by force today, then well consider the relationship between us to be in the past. If your Nether Pavilion wants to fight, then it'll fight you at any time. Nether Maiden remained silent while she stood at the side. Fight. Xiao Xiyo smiled. Yang Yi, you can't afford to. My Nether Pavilion could even annihilate the Confucianist path, let alone you and the human race. I only brought you here because of the past relationship you had with my Nether Pavilion. Anyone else would be dead now. Yang Yi smiled. Then don't. Because I have no relationship with you. Xiao Xiyo was just about to speak when a voice came from the side. Just go. Yang Yi turned around, and he saw 10 women walking over slowly. They were led by Sky Maiden. Sky Maiden, Blood Maiden, and the others were by her side. Yang Yi gazed at Blood Maiden, nodded slightly, and smiled. Eldest sister, second sister. Long time no see. Sky Maiden gazed at Yang Yi and nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Xiao Xiyo, Pavilion Master Xiyo. He has helped our Nether Pavilion repeatedly in the lower dimensions, and he saved our lives on many occasions. If you intend to act against him, then all 11 of us will withdraw from the Nether Pavilion. Withdraw. Yang Yi's heart felt warm. They were still the same sisters of the Nether Pavilion that he knew. Xiao Xi's face turned slightly gloomy when she heard Sky Maiden. A long time passed before she gazed at Yang Yi. Leave? Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he gazed at Sky Maiden and the others. Come visit the human dimension another day. He didn't hesitate to leave once he finished speaking. Xiao Xiao spoke indifferently. Looks like all of you've chosen his side. Sky Maiden replied, Can our nether pavilion not survive without the Sprite Lord? Survive? She laughed coldly. Do you know how many powerful organizations existed in the large universe all those years ago? But what happened in the end? All of them vanished. It was the end times that made them vanish. Sky Maiden replied with a question. Having a Sprite Lord guarantees our survival through the end times? Xiao Xiao said, Of course not. However, we'll have a chance with a Sprite Lord. If we don't have a Sprite Lord, we'll all die once the end times arrive and spirit energy vanishes. She glanced coldly at them at this point and continued, He was able to leave this time, but he won't be that lucky again. She turned around and vanished on the spot. Once she left, only Sky Maiden and the others remained here. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden suddenly gazed at Sky Maiden. Why did she give up? Sky Maiden replied indifferently, That wasn't her main body. All of them were shocked when they heard this. That wasn't her main body? Blood Maiden said, Eldest sister, you're saying that was just a clone? Sky Maiden nodded, and then she gazed in the direction Yang Yi had left toward. The current nether pavilion isn't the same nether pavilion we knew in the lower dimensions. It's too unfamiliar to us now. Blood Maiden said, Eldest sister, do you plan to leave? Sky Maiden fell silent for a long time and shook her head. Let's forget about that for now. She glanced at them and continued, From now onward, work hard on your cultivations. No matter what happens in the future, we need strength to face what comes. They nodded. After he left the Nether Palace, Yang Yi entered outer space once more. This time, had been absolutely shocked. While he seemed unyielding and composed in the Nether Palace, Head sensed a few vicious auras lock onto him. If Xiao Xiao attacked, then even if Sky Maiden and the others didn't help her, he would probably be unable to leave. The Nether Pavilion was more mysterious and powerful than Head imagined, and he now understood why the armless man had told him to be careful. He hadn't been overconfident, and the main reason Head gone was Nether Maiden. It was because he trusted his friend. His trust wasn't misplaced as well. They hadn't tried to harm him. Suddenly, Snowy emerged from within the pagoda. She stopped Yang Yi and started waving her claws swiftly. Moreover, she seemed extremely excited. Her entire body seemed to be in a state of extreme excitement. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he became excited as well. An instant later, he entered the primordial pagoda. At the second level of the primordial pagoda, a petite young woman stood before Yang Yi. It was none other than Zir, who had been unconscious for so long. Zir, the violet mink. Zir gazed at Yang Yi with a smile on her face, but it was quite pale. Obviously, she hadn't recovered completely. Yang Yi walked over to her and hugged her gently. He spoke in a trembling voice, Zir, you're awake. Zir. She was one of the people who resided in the deepest parts of his heart. His feelings for Zir were a little different than what he felt for Su Qingshi and the others. Of course, it didn't mean that he loved her more, and it was that she'd gone through thick and thin with him. She'd always been within him in the most difficult periods of his life. It was always difficult to forget the person who'd suffered with you, and Zir was that person for Yang Yi. Zir didn't say anything, and she just hugged him tight. Yang Yi was everything to her. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed at Zir and started introducing her to Tian Xiao. Snowy and Zir had known each other for a long time too, so she had a deep relationship with Zir. Of course, she was afraid of Zir. After all, Zir was the person by Yang Ye's side who held the most authority when it came to making decisions. Tian Xiao glanced at Zir and spoke softly, Hello, big sister Zir. Zir gazed at Tian Xiao, and Yang Yi smiled. Her name is Tian Xiao. Zir walked over to Tian Xiao, took Tian Xiao's hand, and smiled. Hello? Tian Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Zir greet her so casually. She glanced at Zir, hesitated for a moment, and said, Big sister Zir, are you not human? Surprise flashed through Zir's eyes. You noticed? Tian Xiao grinned. It was a guess. Zier glanced at Tian Xiao, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled. I'll explain later. Right, are you all right now? She's almost fine. Meanwhile, little Sky had been quiet until now suddenly walked over. She's just slightly weak and can't endure much. So, she can't go outside for now. Little Sky paused for a moment and continued. I want to return to Sky Continent. Sky Continent. Yang Yi gazed at her. Why? Little Sky spoke softly. I can sense the changes in the world, and I want to be with it. Moreover, I can sense that the spirit energy there is drying up. If I return... No? Yang Yi shook his head. Little Sky, the end times is coming, and problems will arise in all worlds. If I let you return now, I wouldn't be able to rest at ease. I really wouldn't. Little Sky walked over to Yang Yi. Responsibility. You have yours, and I have mine. I'm the spirit of Sky Continent, and it needs me now. I'll at least be able to slow down the rate that spirit energy is vanishing if I'm there. In that way, I can help even more living beings find a new way out of this situation. Yang Yi wanted to say more, but Little Sky added, I've made my decision. Don't stop me, all right? Yang Yi's eyes suddenly became slightly moist. He was very well aware what would happen to Little Sky if she returned. She wouldn't suffer a good end. She was planning to die with Sky Continent. Suddenly, Snowy started waving her claws. A short while later, Yang Yi's eyes lit up, and then he gazed at Little Sky. Little Sky, since you want to return, then I'll go back with you. Snowy too. Let's join forces and see if we can save Sky Continent, all right? Little Sky hesitated for a moment, and then she gazed at Snowy. Can you? Snowy blinked, and then she patted her own chest to display that she could. Little Sky thought for a moment and spoke softly. Then let's try it. Yang Yi smiled. All right, let's return to Sky Continent right now. Bang! Suddenly, the entire primordial pagoda shook violently. Chapter 2174, Not Tolerated by the Heaven Tao. Chapter 2174, Not Tolerated by the Heaven Tao. All of them were shocked, but it didn't take long for a smile to appear on Yang Yi's face. The sixth level of the primordial pagoda was open to him. Yang Yi vanished on the spot with everyone, and they arrived in front of a door. A pitch-black door. It led to the sixth level of the primordial pagoda. What was inside? Yang Yi couldn't help but feel anticipation well up in him. After all, had obtained great benefits from every single level. Yang Yi stopped thinking about it and entered through the door. The other side was completely empty. There was nothing there. Yang Yi frowned. Suddenly, Snowy inhaled, and then the surroundings were filled with spirit energy. An instant later, a ray of white light flashed and appeared before Yang Yi. Armor. It was a completely violet armor that had appeared before Yang Yi. It had flowing light coiled around it, and it was clearly not ordinary. The primordial armor. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a figure appeared here. The Tao progenitor. It was the Tao progenitor, but it wasn't his main body. The primordial armor? Yang Yi gazed at the Tao progenitor. The Tao progenitor nodded slightly. When the world was created, there were three types of energy. Chaos energy, primordial violet energy, and natural spirit energy. Primordial violet energy has such heaven-defying abilities because it's one of those three energies. The primordial armor is made from countless years of primordial violet energy. As for how long it took to condense, I'm not very sure. It was already there when I obtained this pagoda. However, it hadn't fully taken form. Now, it's 80% complete. 80%. Yang Yi asked, so it can be used now, right? The Tao progenitor nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he gazed at it and continued. Once it has fully formed, it will become impenetrable and everlasting with the world. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, can it resist the attacks of progenitors? The Tao progenitor glanced at Yang Yi and said, it can. However, while it can, your body can't. So, if you fight a progenitor, the outcome will be that it will be unharmed, but you will be dead within it. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The Tao progenitor continued, your own body is the best. All other external forces may be good, but you must not rely on them too much. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. The Tao progenitor grinned. Let me help you. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his finger in Yang Yi's direction, and the armor instantly transformed into a ray of violet energy that entered Yang Yi's body. In an instant, Yang Yi's eyes opened wide, and then cracking started to resound throughout his body. The primordial armor started to shrink over and over again, and it merged completely into one with Yang Yi's body. Of course, it was because the Tao progenitor was here. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for him to subdue the primordial armor. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he issued a command in his heart. A thin violet armor swiftly appeared around him, and it stuck to him like skin. Meanwhile, the Tao progenitor said, Try it. Yang Yi nodded, and then he circulated his profound energy. A moment later, Yang Yi's expression changed because it was madly absorbing the violet energy within him, and it only took half a breath of time for half of his profound energy to vanish. Yang Yi gazed at the Tao progenitor. The latter grinned. The primordial armor is on the same level as the Sword Supreme. You were able to use the Sword Supreme because it hadn't awakened. If you use it now, you can only swing it twice at most right now. It's the same for the primordial armor. It requires the support of a huge amount of spirit energy, and you are only barely able to activate it right now. Moreover, it can only stay active for less than 10 minutes, or your profound energy will dry up. Less than 10 minutes. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. It was the flaw in the greatness that was the primordial armor. Don't be dissatisfied. Meanwhile, the Tao progenitor said, It's something for progenitor realm experts to use. So, using it by force now will have its drawbacks. It'll be normal once your strength grows. Yang Yi nodded. He sensed the primordial armor, and he felt extremely light like he was just a feather. After that, Yang Yi started getting used to the armor, and it didn't take long for him to master it. So long as he was in battle, he could activate it immediately. Simply speaking, even two progenitor realm experts couldn't kill him in an instant by launching a surprise attack against him. Once he was done mastering the armor, Yang Yi left the pagoda and traveled to Sky Continent with the others. Sky Continent was in the medium universe, and it only took him less than 3 days to get there with his current strength. Sky Continent. The spirit energy throughout Merak's system had become extremely scarce. Moreover, Yang Yi could sense that it was still vanishing incessantly at a rapid pace. Yang Yi entered the continent, and he noticed that it was filled with a heavy aura of death. It was unlike the Sky Continent he once knew. Little Sky stood silently by Yang Yi's side. Suddenly, a shrill cry came from afar. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw a few middle-aged men attacking 2 old men. One of the old men's arm had flown off into the air. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man grabbed that arm. Or to be more precise, had grabbed the spatial ring on it. The middle-aged man glanced at the spatial ring, and then a ferocious expression appeared on his face. There's less than 100 immortal crystals in here. He suddenly slammed his palm at the old man while he spoke. Bang! The middle-aged man was blasted away before he could even strike the old man. He flew over 1 kilometer away, but he wasn't injured. Everyone here stopped and gazed at Yang Yi, because it had been Yang Yi who had done that. Yang Yi flicked a spatial ring to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at it, and then his expression changed because there were 2,000 immortal crystals in there. 2,000 was a huge amount of wealth. Yang Yi asked, Is this very common? The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi and spoke with bewilderment. What? Yang Yi asked, Is robbing immortal crystals like this common? The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi, hesitated for a moment, and replied, Yes. Yang Yi replied, Tell me in detail. The middle-aged man asked, Who are you? Suddenly, a sword pressed against his forehead, causing his face to turn pale. At this moment, he knew the young man before him far surpassed him in strength. He didn't dare to think about anything else and immediately explained. For some reason, the spirit energy on the continent grew extremely scarce. Even some of the sacred grounds have pitiably scarce spirit energy left. Now, The continent is in chaos for the sake of seizing spirit veins and immortal crystals. Every power and independent cultivator is doing it. He laughed bitterly at this point. If we don't have profound energy, wouldn't we cultivators be no different than ordinary people? Yang Yi nodded. You can leave. The middle-aged man and the others hesitated for a moment, and then they turned around and walked away. They heaved sighs of relief in their hearts when they noticed that Yang Yi had no intention to stop them, and then they sped up. Meanwhile, the heavily injured old man walked over to Yang Yi, and one of them cupped his fist. Thank you for saving my life. Yang Yi glanced at them. It was nothing. Go on. They cupped their fists again and left. Once they left, Yang Yi gazed at Little Sky, and he noticed her head was lowered while seeming to be lost in thought. Yang Yi rubbed her head and spoke softly. Don't worry, Sky continent wouldn't be destroyed. She looked up at the sky. I've never seen the spirit energy vanish like this. It seems like the spirit energy is just vanishing naturally, and that's extremely terrifying. It was vanishing naturally. Yang Yi understood what Little Sky meant. It meant that it wasn't done by man, and it was the intentions of the heavens. For example, the spirit energy in the universe was a fixed amount, and it had been fully used up. Could it be created? Yang Yi didn't know. As far as he was concerned, it was probably impossible. As for Snowy, she probably didn't have the ability to create spirit energy limitlessly. Yang Yi stopped thinking about it. He called Snowy outside, and then he gazed at her. Can you sense it? Snowy glanced at the surroundings and nodded. Yang Yi smiled. Can you make the spirit energy here return to normal? Snowy thought for a moment and started waving her claws. Conditions. The little fellow was listing her conditions. A short while later, Yang Yi smiled. No problem. You can have as many roasted goats as you want once the spirit energy here recovers. Snowy's condition was roasted goats. Yang Yi naturally agreed to it. Snowy cracked a smile when Yang Yi agreed, and then she glanced at the surroundings. After that, she spread her claws, and the entire world started to tremble before them. With Snowy at the center, the spirit energy in the surroundings suddenly converged toward her, and then Yang Yi and Little Sky could sense the world was soundlessly changing. Bang! Suddenly, a dark red bolt of lightning tore through the clouds from high above and descended toward Snowy, changing the laws of the Heaven Tao. It wasn't tolerated by the Heaven Tao. Chapter 2175 The Monkey. Chapter 2175 The Monkey. Changing the laws of the heavens and the earth. It was naturally the laws of the universe that were being changed. Everything in the world had laws that it followed, and Snowy was restoring the spirit energy in Sky continent. That was no different than going against the heavens. She was truly defying the heavens at this moment. Snowy blinked when she saw the blood-red lightning, and then she gazed at Yang Yi with slight fear in her eyes. Yang Yi grinned. Don't worry, I'm here. Snowy cracked a smile when she heard him. After that, he appeared in the sky, and his face remained expressionless as he gazed at the blood-red bolt of lightning. It was much stronger than any of the lightning had ever encountered, and the energy it carried was sufficient to instantly annihilate a sage. So, Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly. In an instant, a sword appeared in his grasp. Judgment. As soon as it appeared in his grasp, a ray of sword energy shot up and slammed against the lightning. Boom. The powerful sword energy Yang Yi released made the lightning shake violently, but it didn't shatter. Meanwhile, another ray of sword energy shot up into the air and struck it. Boom. A loud explosion resounded once more. An instant later, the lightning exploded apart. But at the instant that happened, countless arcs of electricity scattered throughout the sky, and they descended swiftly. Suddenly, Little Sky said, Don't let them hit the ground. Yang Yi nodded. He stomped his foot down, and then countless rays of sword energy shot forward. They tore through the sky like shooting stars, and it was an extremely shocking sight. A short while later, all of the arcs of electricity had been blasted into bits by Yang Yi's sword energy, and the sky returned to calm. However, Yang Yi felt like something had descended upon him. It felt extremely uncomfortable. Yang Yi looked up at the sky and said, Little Sky, Do you think the destiny that people speak, is it a person or something else? Little Sky shook her head slightly. I don't know. She paused for a moment and continued. Everything in the universe, including us, definitely exists for a reason. If destiny is a person, then it was that person who created us? Yet now, that person wants to destroy us? Yang Yi smiled. If it really is a person, then wouldn't it be too terrifying? Moreover, I think that if someone could attain such a level and be able to create all things in this universe, then that person would have no need to use the end times to annihilate all things in this universe. It would probably just take a wave of the hand. He looked up at the sky, and there was a trace of icy coldness in his eyes. Earlier, he was certain that something had descended upon him. It was an invisible thing. According to his own inference, something had taken note of him after he destroyed that divine lightning from before. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he gazed at Snowy. I'm saving Sky Continent today. The spirit energy in Merak's system gradually returned to normal with Snowy's help. However, it didn't make Yang Yi and Little Sky happy, because returning to normal didn't represent it returning to how it had been. Snowy had merely used her ability to make Merak's system have spirit energy again. Simple speaking, Shed extended its life, but it wasn't eternal. It had merely slowed down its death. The end times. Yang Yi fell silent. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying those words were. The spirit energy in the large universe wasn't made to go missing by man, and it was the living beings of the large universe which had finished the spirit energy. Spirit energy wasn't endless. So, it was an impossible problem. Karma. At this moment, Yang Yi thought of that word. The living beings of the universe had used the spirit energy here without trying to limit themselves at all. So when the spirit energy in the universe vanished, their karma had arrived. It was the cycle of karma. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. It's truly laughable that they are placing their hopes on you. Not to mention one Sprite Lord. Even 10 Sprite Lords couldn't save the large universe. After all, a Sprite Lord wasn't a god. However, the end times was really coming, and it was absolutely easy for her to survive with her special abilities. Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and said, if Merak's system really dies, then it's the fault of the people from Merak's system itself, including my fault. If I die from the end times, it's my own fault as well. So, come with me, all right? Little Sky remained silent. Snowy waved her claws at Little Sky as well. She wanted Little Sky to come with them too. Yang Yi added, you can't do much if you stay here. Moreover, Merak's system will be able to last for a year or two now. But I'm sure you're aware of what will happen once the spirit energy in other worlds vanishes while Merak's system still has spirit energy. At that time, the experts of countless words will come here to take the spirit energy here. In that way, it won't even take a year or two. Just a month or two will be sufficient for all the spirit energy to vanish. Who can resolve such endless and unstoppable conflict? While he was advising her to leave, Head decided that he would take her by force, if he had to. He would absolutely not let her die with Merak's system. It was utterly meaningless. Little Sky remained silent for a long time before she said, this is my home, my roots. Yang Yi shook his head. You're wrong, Little Sky. She gazed at him, and he smiled. Are Snowy and I not your family? She was slightly stunned. Yang Yi continued, if you're able to help the living beings here by staying, then I would absolutely not stop you. But the problem is that your presence won't make a difference. Staying is no different than committing suicide. As for the home you spoke of, your home is where your loved ones are. Snowy and I are your loved ones, right? Little Sky gazed at them for a long time, and then she suddenly grinned. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There were countless worlds throughout the large universe where fighting and killing for spirit energy was going on. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and then he shook his head and said, when did I become so kind-hearted? I actually started thinking about things like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with Little Sky and Snowy. Yang Yi shot through outer space on his sword. He had to rush back to the human dimension and discuss the human race's future with the other sages. He was the leader of the human race, so he naturally had to find a way out for the human race. Moreover, the human race was definitely facing many problems now, like the drying up of spirit energy and killing each other. If it were in the past, he would naturally ignore it all. But he couldn't do that now. As soon as he returned to the large universe, he was about to travel to the human dimension when a strand of flames shot through space toward him. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to do something about it, but he was suddenly stunned a little. "It's you." Meanwhile, the flames arrived before him. It dispersed to reveal the monkey whom Yang Yi hadn't seen for a long time. Yang Yi was about to speak when the monkey suddenly grabbed his shoulder. "I have something to discuss." He vanished on the spot with Yang Yi. Yang Yi felt speechless. The demon dimension? The monkey brought Yang Yi to the demon dimension. Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" The monkey glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Is the demon race enemies with you right now?" Yang Yi nodded. "Yes, but it doesn't matter. You're you, and the demon race is the demon race." He looked Yang Yi in the eye. "Help me take control of the demon race, and then the demon race will become allies with the human race." Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he asked, "You want to take control of the demon race? Why?" The monkey looked up at the sky. "To fight against the Buddhist path, and to find a way out of this for my spirit ape clan. Instead of following the sovereign of sky, it's better to follow you. We may have a chance to survive if we stay with you." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Can't you take control of the demon race with your strength?" He shook his head slightly. "The demon god and the Buddhist path. I can only deal with one of them." The demon god and Buddhist path. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. If you try to take control of the demon race, the alliance of all won't just let that happen. So, it isn't just the demon god and the Buddhist path, there's the alliance of all too. Most importantly, how many demon kings actually support you?" The monkey glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Qiongqi." Yang Yi felt speechless. Qiongqi. Yang Yi had naturally not forgotten that fellow. Yang Yi thought for a long time and said, "It's quite difficult. Allow me to be honest. If you can't get the support of all the sages in the demon race, then killing the demon god and annihilating those who oppose you will just cause the demon race to suffer severe losses." The monkey fell silent. Yang Yi continued, "It's not that I refuse to help you, but I think that we have to discuss it properly. Like, how will you get the support of the other sages in the demon race? If you can get their support, it'll help you deal with the alliance of all and the Buddhist path." The monkey thought for a long time, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "There's only one way. You step forward and convince them. Because you have the Sprite Lord, and you may be able to make them take our side by using that." The Sprite Lord. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. "Then let's give it a try." Yang Yi gazed at the monkey at this point and asked, "Brother Monkey, what happened at the Buddhist path?" The monkey replied indifferently, "I killed a few sages, and then I had to flee when the Buddhist progenitor acted against me." The Buddhist progenitor. Yang Yi glanced at him. This fellow is really strong. After all, had actually been able to escape a progenitor. Chapter 2176, Until We're Drunk. Chapter 2176, Until We're Drunk. The Demon Dimension. Yang Yi decided to try in the end. Just as the monkey had said, if the monkey could take control of the demon race, then it was definitely good news for him and the human race. However, Yang Yi felt that they didn't have very good chances. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to meet Qiongqi again. Qiongqi was at the major Zen realm now, in the same realm as Yang Yi. Qiongqi sized up Yang Yi and said, "You've grown too quickly." Yang Yi could be said to have been with Qiongqi for a very long time. Yang Yi still needed his help all those years ago. Yet now, Yang Yes had far surpassed him in strength. While they were both at the major Zen realm, Yang Yes' strength far surpassed him. It filled him with all sorts of emotions. Yang Yi sized up Qiongqi and smiled. "How have you been in the demon race?" Qiongqi shook his head. "Just normal. I rarely participate in the affairs of the demon race." He paused for a moment and continued. "Both of you really plan to take control of the demon race?" Yang Yi replied, "We plan to try. If we really can't." Qiongqi nodded and said, "Then let's go meet the sages of the demon race." They vanished on the spot. Demon God Hall. Yang Yi, Qiongqi, and the monkey arrived at the most mysterious location in the demon dimension, Demon God Hall. It was where the strongest expert of the demon race, the demon god, lived. Actually, the demon god rarely showed himself in the past, or it should be said that he practically never showed himself. But now that the end times were here, the demon god showed himself and reorganized the demon race. Moreover, no one in the demon race dared to against the demon god with the strength he possessed. As soon as they arrived at Demon God Hall, a middle-aged man appeared before them. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "The demon god has been waiting." Yang Yi shrugged and wasn't surprised by this. It was a supreme expert that they were facing, so it was impossible for him to be unaware that Yang Yi was in the demon dimension. Yang Yi, Qiongqi, and the monkey entered the hall. There was a white-robed middle-aged man standing in the hall. He had thick brows, a square-shaped face, and a faint, dignified aura. He was the demon god. There were 10 other figures by his side. They were sages of the demon race. Suddenly, the demon god said, "I'm quite surprised." Yang Yi said, "I have something to discuss with you." The demon god nodded slightly, and then he gazed at the monkey. "If you willingly help our demon race, then we'll become the #1 force in the alliance of all." How strong was the monkey? Yang Yi didn't know, but he did. Even he wasn't confident in his ability to defeat the monkey. The Buddhist path was that strong, yet it still couldn't do anything to the monkey. That alone was sufficient to prove how terrifying his strength was. The monkey replied indifferently, "The demon race has submitted to the Buddhist path, so I will never do anything for the demon race." The demon god shook his head. "We haven't submitted, we're just using each other." The monkey looked him in the eyes. "As far as I'm concerned, you have." The demon god glanced at him, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "Then me why you're here?" Yang Yi smiled. "I hope the demon race will take my side." "I wonder what you think about that." The demon god replied, "Give me a reason." Yang Yi smiled. "I have the Sprite Lord. Is that a good enough reason?" "That's your Sprite Lord." The demon god looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "If you're willing to give her to my demon race, then my demon race can take the human race's side." Yang Yi walked over to the demon god. "So, there's no room for discussion?" The demon god replied indifferently, "What do you think?" Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at the monkey. "Brother monkey, your spirit ape clan is in my human dimension, so return there with me. There's no need to differentiate between races at a time like this. They'll give you absolute freedom. You can help the human race if you want, and I won't force you if you refuse. Moreover, I can guarantee that if the Buddhist path wants to look for trouble with you or the Spirit Ape clan, then I'll always be on your side." His thoughts were very simple, and it was to make the monkey stay in the human dimension. The monkey was so strong, so if he was willing to stay in the human dimension, it would be an absolutely good thing for the human race. Moreover, the human race was in dire need of extraordinary experts. Besides in Nanjing, he needed even more experts who could shoulder great responsibility, and the monkey just happened to be a suitable candidate. The monkey glanced at Yang Yi. He was about to speak when the demon god suddenly said, "Yang Yi, are you really planning to fight the alliance of all until the end?" Yang Yi gazed at the demon god. "It's all of you who want to fight me to the end." The demon god fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "The end times is coming. Why don't all of us just sit down and have a talk about it? If the entire large universe joins forces, I believe we'll be able to find a way to survive." Yang Yi glanced at him. He was quite surprised. He hadn't expected the demon god to say that, and the demon god didn't seem like he was being insincere. Yang Yi replied, "You're right. Unfortunately, the enmity between my human race and the alliance of all isn't that easily resolved. I won't say more. We'll just take our own paths." Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the demon god added, 3 months. If the Sprite Lord and you can't find a way out in 3 months, then we will be taking action." 3 months. Yang Yi grinned. "Don't worry, I'll find it." Yang Yi turned around and left. Meanwhile, the monkey and Qiongqi left with him. Once they left, an old man said, "Why aren't we taking his side?" The demon god closed his eyes slowly. "We've already chosen to take the Buddhist path and alliance of all side. Moreover, the situation may get worse for us if we take his side. He possesses the Sprite Lord, so there's definitely lots of trouble tangled around him. If we get entangled in it, then we may die before we even realize what hit us. The old man spoke solemnly. The spirit energy in many areas of our demon dimension has started to dry up, and conflict is starting to arise between the various clans. They're all fighting for spirit veins and spirit energy, and even the demon god hall may not be able to suppress them. He paused for a moment and continued, "Besides us, all the other races are suffering similar circumstances." The demon god nodded. 3 months. If he can't find a way out in 3 months, then all conflict will be moved to him. No one can solve this problem unless he can find a new way to survive for all of us. Conflict. Presently, even the residents of the large universe had started to fight for spirit energy. So, when the end times really arrive, the fight for spirit energy would grow even more intense. Or it should be said that every living being in the large universe would go mad fighting for spirit energy. At that time, they would need a way to move their attention and conflicts onto something else, and that would be Yang Yi, who possessed the Sprite Lord. Why? Because the Sprite Lord could restore spirit energy. So, possessing the Sprite Lord was equivalent to possessing spirit energy. 3 months. As far as the alliance of all was concerned, it was the maximum period they could wait. At that time, they would attack, regardless of how monstrous Yang Yi was. Yang Yi naturally understood that too. After he left the Demon God Hall, Yang Yi gazed at Qiong-Chi and the monkey as they stood in outer space. "Senior Qiong-Chi, brother monkey, do you plan to stay here or go to the human dimension with me?" The monkey fell silent for a long time before he said, "I'll go with you." The Spirit Ape clan was in the human dimension, and he naturally wanted to go to his clan. As far as he was concerned, the Spirit Ape clan was the only thing he cared about, and he wanted to find a way to survive for them. Thus, he had to make a choice, to side with Yang Yi or the alliance of all. Obviously, had chosen to take Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi smiled when he got the monkey's answer, and then he gazed at Qiong-Chi. "What about you, senior?" Qiong-Chi shook his head. "I'm of no help to you." Yang Yi's future enemies were existences at the Sage Realm or above. So, as far as he was concerned, he would just be a burden to Yang Yi. Yang Yi walked over to Qiong-Chi and said, "Brother Qiong-Chi, you helped me so much all those years ago, and I will never forget it. I'm merely inviting you to the human dimension because we can stay together during the end times. No matter what the outcome is, we can fight together until the end." Qiong-Chi gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "All right, I'll do it." Yang Yi patted Qiong-Chi and gazed at the monkey. "Brother monkey, it's the same for you. Don't go look for trouble with the Buddhist path for now. No matter what enmity it is, they will be resolved when the end times arrive. Now, just cultivate well. There'll be many formidable experts for you to deal with in the future." The monkey nodded. "If there's one thing I'm good at, it's fighting." Yang Yi roared with laughter, and his laughter spread throughout the sky. 2 hours later, Yang Yi arrived at an unknown city in the human dimension. It was an empty city right now because the spirit energy here had dried up and the people in the city had left. Yang Yi gazed at it for a long time, and then he shook his head and walked in. He didn't ask Snowy to restore the spirit energy here. While Snowy could do that, it exhausted Snowy tremendously every single time she did that. Moreover, restoring the spirit energy here wouldn't make a difference, because other places would lose their spirit energy, and then the spirit energy here would be taken too. It was meaningless. Yang Yi just stopped thinking about it and sped up. It didn't take long for him to enter a restaurant, and there were around 20 people there. Yang Yi grinned as he gazed at the people before him. "You're all here." All of them nodded. The people before him were led by Amon, and there was Yu Jing, Qing Chuan, Mad Saber, Gu Li, and Ling. They were all Yang Yi's brothers who had met in the dead dimension. Yang Yi glanced at them and smiled. "No matter what race we're from, or what enmity our races have, we brothers will drink until we drop." Drink until they were drunk? Chapter 2177 Kill. Chapter 2177 Kill. The small restaurant was bustling. Everyone before him was a brother of his who had gone through situations of life and death with. Previously, he hadn't gone to meet them because the alliance of all had a bounty on him, and he didn't want them to be put in a difficult spot. While he hadn't gone to see them, he had never forgotten them. Some relationships were strong and deep even if they weren't mentioned. Drink. Now that they were reunited, it was just as Yang Yi said. Regardless of enmity or race, there was only one thing for them to do: drink. The restaurant finally calmed down when dawn was about to arrive. Yang Yi sat on the ground outside the restaurant, and he was looking up at the sky while leaning against the door frame. Meanwhile, Amon appeared by his side. She sat down. What do you plan to do? My plan? Yang Yi grinned. What else? They'll just take it one step at a time. She fell silent for a long time and said, according to my knowledge, the alliance of all will attack you if you can't find a way out of this. Yang Yi nodded. I know. He glanced at the others in the restaurant and said, actually, I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried about all of you. The end times is coming, and many will be used as cannon fodder. I plan to make all of you stay with me, but I'm sure you're aware that we're all from different races, so your clans or sects will be affected by your decision to stay with me. Amon asked, is there really no other way? Yang Yi gazed at her and smiled. Snowy has been by my side through thick and thin for so many years. I would never hand her over, even if I die. Amon fell silent. Yang Yi wasn't willing to give up Snowy, so this issue was quite impossible to solve. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood up and smiled. Forget that. Let's just drink tonight. Haha. He picked up the wine jug beside him and took a gulp. Amon glanced at him and remained silent. Yang Yi leaned against the wall and looked at the sky. He couldn't be emotionless like the unfettered one in the end. The unfettered one had no ties, so no one could stop him in this world. But Yang Yi couldn't do the same. He had his loved ones and friends. They were all his ties. Since he had ties, his sword could naturally not reach its limits. It was his flaw. It wasn't a flaw in his character, but a flaw in his sword Dao. Time trickled by, and the sun appeared on the horizon. Yang Yi glanced at Yu Jing and the others who were sleeping in the restaurant, and then he left. Once he left, he was about to leave the city when over a dozen people appeared before the city gates, and they were led by a young man. Yang Yi glanced at them. Do you need something? The young man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Hand over your immortal crystals. They were trying to rob him. Haha, you're being robbed. Suddenly, roaring laughter came from behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around and saw Yu Jing and the others. Yu Jing walked over to Yang Yi. You didn't even say anything before leaving. Yang Yi smiled. I wanted to let all of you sleep a while longer. Nonsense. Yu Jing shook his head, and then he gazed at the young man's group. What do you want to do with them? At this moment, the young man and the others' expressions had changed. They couldn't discern Yang Ye's strength, but they could discern Yu Jing and the others' strength. They weren't existences their group could offend. Yang Yi gazed at the young man. What were you doing before this? The young man glanced at Yang Yi and said, the young city governor of this city. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Why didn't you go to nature's sacred ground once the spirit energy here dried up? Nature's sacred ground? The young man laughed bitterly. We'll get killed before we can even get there. We're only able to survive here because there's no spirit energy here. Because no one will come to fight for spirit energy here. But if we leave and go somewhere else, we'll probably die before we even know it. Yang Yi couldn't help but frown. The human race was in greater chaos than had expected. The human race's situation is considerably good. Meanwhile, Amon suddenly said, you possess great prestige in the human race, so your order to make all the organizations help each other allowed the human race to be stable and overall. For example, the demon race, devil race, and some other races are on the verge of complete chaos. Even my barbaric race is the same. The barbaric king can only maintain the main forces of my race. So long as they don't fall into chaos, my race won't fall into chaos. But we can't do anything about the others below that. Yu Jing nodded. It's the same for my sky race. The comparatively larger organizations are still able to remain at peace, but those below them are in chaos. The sovereign of sky sorters don't make a difference at all. Why you're Yang Yi? Suddenly, The young man gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at him and nodded. Thud. The young man suddenly knelt down. King of Man, please help us. The others by his side knelt down as well. King of Man? Yang Yi frowned. It's you, of course. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan suddenly spoke. You're the leader of the human race, so you're called the King of Ma. This chapter is updated by FreeWeb. Oh, Velcium. The King of Man. Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at the young man. He waved his right hand, and they were instantly made to stand by a gust of wind. Yang Yi found out from the young man that there had been many people in the city. While the spirit energy here was drying up, the city didn't fall into chaos. But not long ago, an organization called the Flame Sect came to the city and plundered it. The Flame Sect? Yang Yi frowned. What is that? The man spoke solemnly. The Flame Sect is the strongest here. When the spirit energy here started to dry up, they started plundering spirit energy and immortal crystals all over there. Anyone who dared to resist would be slaughtered. Our city wasn't the only victim. All the other organizations in the vicinity suffered the same fate. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Didn't I give the order for all the organizations in the human dimension to help each other? The young man laughed bitterly. You're far away. So how could you possibly know about what they're doing here? Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he gazed at Qin Xuan. We have 6 brothers here who from the human race. I have a mission for all of you. Patrol the entire human dimension and kill powerful organizations that are plundering spirit energy. Kill as many as there are. They'll tell Lian Shuang to help you. All right? Qin Xuan nodded. Leave it to us. He paused for a moment and added, Are we really going to kill them? I'm afraid it'll bring adverse effects. After all, these things occur quite commonly. Kill them. Yang Yi closed his eyes. If we don't kill them now, it won't be long before the human dimension falls into chaos. At that time, even more will die. Since I've become the king of the human race must do as I say. Now, I want the human race to be united, so it must be united. I won't spare anyone who dares to take advantage of the situation. He was very well aware that he didn't forcefully put out these kindling flames. They would rage through the entire human dimension, and the human race would be beyond saving. Enemies from the outside weren't as terrifying as those within. Qin Xuan nodded. All right, we'll get it done. He turned around and left with the others. Yang Yi gazed at the young man. I'll deal with the Flame Sect. Take the others with you and go to nature's sacred ground. They'll get people to keep you safe. Try your best to obey the arrangements made for you once you get there. He paused for a moment and continued, It's a critical moment now, so I can't give all of you a promise. All I can say is that I'll try to find a way out for the human race. The young man bowed respectfully to Yang Yi. We believe you. He turned around and left with the others. If it was in the past, those fellows would be dead. Suddenly, Amon said, You've become benevolent now. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. They have no other choice at a time like this, and they aren't actually wicked people. It's just life that forced them to do it. Amon nodded. Don't forget about the alliance of all. You have to find a way to resolve that problem. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at the others. Brothers, the end times is coming. Take care of yourself, and come look for me if you ever need help. He flicked a spatial ring to all of them. They were stunned when they saw its contents. Every single one of them had 100,000 immortal crystals. 100,000 immortal crystals. It was a huge amount of wealth at a time like this. It could be said that even their own clans and sects may not be able to produce this much. Now that they had this, they would be able to survive for a long time, even after the end times arrived. However, they fell silent as they gazed at the immortal crystals. It felt heavy. It wasn't that they refused to help Yang Yi. They had no other choice. Qin Xuan and the others could help Yang Yi openly because they were humans, but the others couldn't. If they helped Yang Yi, it was very likely to cause trouble for their clans and sections. Moreover, the alliance of all was the human race's enemy, so they would be branded as traitors if they helped Yang Yi. Even someone like Amon didn't try to take Yang Yi's side at a time like this. They were helpless. Truly helpless. The Flame Sect. Yang Yi left the city and arrived at the Flame Sect. It was situated on a mountain, and it seemed quite grand. It wasn't a small sect. Yang Yi went to the air above it and stomped down. Bang! The entire flame sect shook violently. Countless were shocked, and then over a dozen experts appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, "Who's the sect master?" A middle-aged man stepped forward, glanced at Yang Yi, and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Yi said, "From now onward, change your ways and stop plundering, all right?" The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're here to look for trouble." Yang Yi looked the middle-aged man in the eyes. "Yes or no?" The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "Tell them that someone is here to look for trouble." An old man by his side nodded and withdrew a transmission stone. Hiss, 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 hiss. Suddenly, besides the middle-aged man, the heads of all the others just suddenly flew up into the air. The middle-aged man was stunned on the spot. Suddenly, a ray of red light appeared, and then a red palm stretched out from behind Yang Yi and claws at him. Yang Yi turned around, and he frowned when he saw the person before him. "It's you." Chapter 2178 The Large Universe. Perish. Chapter 2178 The Large Universe. Perish. It was a woman who stood before Yang Yi, a woman in a red dress. Her hand immediately shot backward when she saw him. She was none other than the ancient cultivator from Moment Mountain, who Yang Yi had met in the lower universe. Yang Yi had met her again in the dead dimension, and had never seen her in the large universe again. He hadn't expected to meet her here. She spoke solemnly. "It's you." Yang Yi glanced at her. "Your evil alliance is behind the flame sect?" She glanced at him and nodded. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Looks like your evil alliance wants to cause trouble in the human dimension." She spoke solemnly. "We have no intention to become enemies with you." Yang Yi laughed coldly. "The flame sect has been plundering spirit energy and immortal stones, yet you say that? SS. Suddenly, she waved her right hand, and the middle-aged man's body exploded apart. She gazed at Yang Yi. "Is that enough?" Yang Yi wasn't someone she could offend right now. While the evil alliance had some strength, but not to mention them, even the three paths were probably unwilling to rashly offend Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "Tell the evil progenitor of your evil alliance to stop causing trouble in my human dimension. Otherwise, they'll annihilate the evil alliance." Yang Yi turned around and left. Suddenly, she said, "I have some advice for you." Yang Yi stopped and turned around to look at her. She said, "Hand over the Sprite Lord, and you can go anywhere you want. Otherwise, you may not last these 3 months. It's just advice, and I have no intent to threaten you." Yang Yi asked, "What? Your evil alliance covets the Sprite Lord too?" She remained silent. Yang Yi smiled. "Since I started out in Profounder Continent, I've had so many enemies, but have I ever feared anyone? 3 months. Let me see if I die, or this large universe perishes after these 3 months." Yang Yi vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. The woman shook her head. "What a mad man." Yang Yi returned to nature's sacred grounds. The atmosphere here was quite heavy. While no wars had occurred, they were very well aware that everyone had their gazes on the human race, and war would come, sooner or later. Once he returned to nature's sacred ground, Yang Yi entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivate. This time, he didn't cultivate his sword techniques, and he used the Blood Soul Pearl instead. He wanted to absorb it and improve his slaughter intent. Time trickled by. 2 months passed. During this time, Yang Yi had just been cultivating while Yang Lianshuang dealt with everything in the human dimension. As for the spirit energy in nature's sacred ground, it had started to dry up as well. But Snowy restored it. The news of Snowy restoring the spirit energy here quickly spread through the entire large universe. The Sprite Lord. At this moment, everyone committed that name to their memories. Madness. At this instant, countless people and organizations went mad because of it. Get the Sprite Lord and live. No one knew who started saying that, but it spread throughout the large universe. Who was the greatest barrier to obtaining the Sprite Lord? It wasn't the human race, it was Yang Yi. Yang Yi was the biggest barrier. So another saying arose. Kill Yang Yi. Get the Sprite Lord and live. Yang Yi was still cultivating, and he ignored the outside world. Just like that, time trickled by, and 2 more weeks passed swiftly. Now, the entire large universe had started to fall into chaos. The enmity between all races grew deeper, and even the most stable human race started to fall into chaos. While experts were stopping it incessantly, if people wanted to survive, cultivate, and extend their lifespans, then they needed immortal crystals. They couldn't survive without them. For the sake of their survival, many experts of the human race started to cause trouble. The conflict between everyone grew more and more intense. As for the time limit the Alliance of All gave Yang Yi, it was almost up. Martial Emperor Academy. The Vice Dean walked into a Nanjing's room and bowed slightly to her. She opened her eyes. Go on. The Vice Dean said, besides those 3 you killed, 7 other sages are willing to take your side and obey your command. As for the rest, they've left the academy. And Nanjing nodded. Let's go. The Vice Dean asked, where? And Nanjing said, the human dimension. The Vice Dean asked, are you really going to bet the entire academy? She gazed at him. The academy doesn't have to come. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. The Vice Dean laughed bitterly. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind. Listen to her. The Vice Dean was shocked, and then he stopped hesitating and left. The weapon path. Above the river, deep within the bamboo forest, the weapon progenitor sat cross-legged in midair while the Buddhist progenitor was seated not too far away from him. The sovereign of sky, demon god, spirit god, devil monarch, shaman emperor, and barbaric king were around them. Besides the sovereign of sky, all of them were halfway into the progenitor realm. The weapon progenitor glanced at them. Since you're all here, I presume you've made your decision. So, I won't say more. Can I join too? Suddenly, a voice resounded. They looked over and saw a woman in a violet dress floating over. It was none other than the pavilion master of Nether Pavilion, Xiao Xiyo. The weapon progenitor frowned slightly. A clone? She smiled. My main body can come at any moment. The weapon progenitor's frown eased up, and he nodded slightly. Welcome. Then count me in too. Another voice resounded from afar. It was a middle-aged man with crimson-red hair, and he emanated a dense evil aura. It was the evil progenitor of the Evil Alliance. He was a progenitor-level expert as well. Besides the 4 paths, there naturally were other progenitors. However, they kept a rather low profile in comparison, and they practically never showed themselves in public. The evil progenitor had once fought in the battle to annihilate the god race all those years ago. How can you count me out? Suddenly, another voice resounded, and then a black shadow appeared here. The devil monarch's expression changed at the sight of him, and he hurriedly stood up. Ancestor? It was the devil progenitor. Yang Yi had met the devil progenitor in the past, but it had been in the lower universe. Another progenitor. 4 progenitors and Xiao Xi's main body was equivalent to 5 progenitors. Such a force could be considered as the strongest in the large universe. The weapon progenitor closed his eyes slowly. Then let's begin. At the main peak of the slaughter line in the weapon dimension, an old man was sweeping. It was Elder Yuan whom Yang Yi had interacted quite a bit with. Zhong Yi was standing nearby. Zhong Yi looked up at the sky and said, It's starting. Elder Yuan replied indifferently, Yes. Zhong Yi asked, What do you think about it? Elder Yuan put down the broom in his grasp and looked up at the sky. The large universe will perish. Zhong Yi's pupils constricted. Senior Heaven Secret. You, the old man, was the founder of Heaven Secret Hall who had vanished for a long time. Senior Heaven Secret. The God Battlefield. In the hall within the underground city, Zhi'er sat at the seat of the host, and Ding Xiaoyao was by her side. Even though she was the patriarch of the god race now, Ding Xiaoyao was dealing with most things in the god race. It was Zhi'er who wanted her to do it, because the strategist's position was merely inferior to the patriarch in the god race. There were 25 figures below them. The 10 on the left wore luxurious white robes, and the 10 on the right wore black robes. As for those at the center, those 5 were middle-aged men in violet armor. The eviling sprite was by Zhi'er and Ding Xiaoyao's side. The royal crocodile was lying on the ground outside the hall. All the experts of the god race were gathered here. The hall was extremely silent, and a long time passed before Ding Xiaoyao opened her eyes. The sprite lord. Zhi'er lowered her head slightly. She knew that Ding Xiaoyao had made her choice. Ding Xiaoyao looked forward emotionlessly in silence. The prehistoric ruins. The casket had shattered, and a figure was floating above it. Just like that, the hall remained extremely quiet for a long time. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Chaos has arrived. My lord, please prepare yourself. The hall fell silent once the figure finished speaking. Initial spirit star. On the platform deep within the city, the sacrificial altar suddenly started trembling. Some time passed before a voice filled with madness resounded. Ha! Spirit energy has collapsed. It has collapsed. After countless years, it has finally collapsed. Ha! Along with that insane voice, the entire ruins of the city was covered in a barrier of light, and then the barrier gradually dimmed down. It dimmed down because spirit energy was gradually vanishing. Time flashed by quickly, and the 3-month period was over. In the depths of a bamboo forest in the lower universe, an armless man was staring blankly at a painting on the wall in a bamboo house. It was a painting of Yang Ye's mother. A long time passed before he suddenly walked closer to it. Where, in my entire lifetime, I, Yang Wudi, never let down the heavens or the earth, but I let both of you down. Year has grown up, and he can take care of himself. As for you, don't worry, I'll come accompany you soon. He walked out of the bamboo house once he finished speaking. Outside the bamboo house, there were 5 progenitors. The weapon progenitor, Buddhist progenitor, devil progenitor, Shao Si's main body, and the evil progenitor. End of Book 18. Chapter 2179. Brother Yang, Farewell. Book 19. The End times 5 Progenitors. Yang Wudi walked out of the bamboo house and went over to them. He smiled as he gazed at them. What a huge force! You're Yang Ye's father, right? Meanwhile, Shao Xiao stepped forward. I investigated you. You're from the Yang clan, and you were driven to Profounder Continent when something happened to you all those years ago. You met Yang Ye's mother in Profounder Continent, and then you suddenly vanished after Yang Yi was born. I'm really curious, what were you up to during those years that you vanished? Yang Wudi glanced at her and asked, Shao Xiao. Shao Xiao smiled, yes. He grinned. I can tell you that I vanished all these years to deal with someone. She asked, who? He chuckled, go figure. Shao Xiao frowned slightly. However, Yang Wudi ignored her and gazed at the weapon progenitor and the others. Looks like you chose to take the sprite lord in the end. The weapon progenitor replied indifferently. Are you very surprised? He shook his head. Not at all. It's within my expectations. He glanced at the others and said, then bring it. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the sky. The other progenitors vanished with him. Far away in outer space, a shocking battle soundlessly began. It went on for 3 days and 3 nights, and countless expanses of space were blasted apart while countless smaller universes were obliterated. However, it didn't cause a commotion because the area had been sealed off. On the 4th day, the battle finally stopped. In an expanse of collapsed space, a man laid there silently, and endless black holes and shattered space surrounded him. It was Yang Wudi. A long time passed before a middle-aged man suddenly arrived here. He was the Martial Emperor. The Martial Emperor gazed at the middle-aged man for a long time and said, Brother Yang, farewell. He turned around and left. Just like that, the surroundings fell quiet again. Around 2 hours later, a middle-aged man in a cloud-white robe appeared. However, his figure was slightly ethereal. Obviously, it wasn't his main body. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Wudi's corpse for a long time, and then he said, I only had 2 opponents in my life. Now, I only have 1. The middle-aged man waved his right hand, and then 3 rays of sword energy protected Yang Wudi's corpse. An instant later, he vanished. At a certain corner, a woman in a white dress stood there silently. It was Ding Xiaoyao. She closed her eyes slowly. Even when injured, he was still able to heavily injure 5 progenitors. Yang Wudi, you really live up to your name of being invincible. She turned around and left. The human dimension. Nature's sacred grounds. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda and arrived in the hall there. The sages of the human race were gathered here, and everyone gazed at him. Yang Yi spoke softly. Are they here? Yang Lianshuang nodded. Yang Yi grinned. All right, we'll deal with them in one go. Yang Yi led the others out of the hall. Outside, or to be more precise, in the sky above the human dimension, the area had been sealed off. There were around 100 sages in the sky above nature's sacred ground. 100 sages. This time, the Alliance of All had sent all its elites and hadn't held back at all. All of their sages were here. Their goal was very simple. It was to kill Yang Yi and take the Sprite Lord. The demon god was leading the group. The demon god looked down at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, hand over the Sprite Lord, then you and the human race can live. Otherwise, all of you will die. This is your last chance. Hand over the Sprite Lord. All the sages of the human race fell silent. The Alliance of All's goal was very simple. They wouldn't stop until they obtained the Sprite Lord. Meanwhile, one of the human sages hesitated to speak. Young brother Yang. Yang Yi glanced at the other sages, and all of them remained silent. Actually, Yang Yi knew what they were thinking. As far as they were concerned, the human race and Yang Yi would be saved if Yang Yi handed over the Sprite Lord, and that was worth it no matter what. The human race couldn't allow itself to be annihilated for a Sprite Lord. It wasn't just the sages here who thought in that way. Practically 90% or more of the human race was of the same opinion. Meanwhile, Snowy and Tianxiu appeared in front of Yang Yi. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi and waved her claws while tears flowed incessantly from her. Her tears evaporated and quickly covered the area in mist. She was telling him to give her to them. She was willing to do that. Tianxiu didn't say a word and just gazed at them. As he gazed at Snowy, who was crying incessantly, Yang Yi suddenly started roaring with laughter, and his laughter reverberated like a thunderclap through the sky. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. They naturally didn't dare look down on Yang Yi. He was someone who possessed the strength to instantly kill sages. Not to mention that Yang Yi had a Nanjing by his side, so they didn't dare to underestimate Yang Yi at all. A short while passed before Yang Yi stopped, and then he gazed at Snowy, who was still crying, and said, "As the king of the human race, I should think for the good of the entire race. I won't let the human race down, but I won't let you down either, Snowy. From this moment onward, I, Yang Yi, have nothing to do with the human race." He looked up into the sky and continued, "You want the Sprite Lord? Come get her." As soon as he finished speaking, he took Snowy and Tianxiu in his arms before leaving. Abandon Snowy for the human race? He couldn't do that. He couldn't. He didn't blame the human race for not taking his side and protecting Snowy with him. So, he chose to leave with Snowy and face the sages of the Alliance of All on his own. Once Yang Yi left, the monkey and Qiong Qi left with him. Besides that, one more person left, and it was a Nanjing. However, the sages of Martial Emperor Academy didn't go with her. Yang Yi stopped far away in outer space because the demon gods group were in front of him. The monkey, a Nanjing, and Qiong Qi were by Yang Ye's side. 2 humans, 2 demons, and 100 sages. Based on their numbers, Yang Ye's side was at an utter disadvantage. Yang Yi gazed at a Nanjing, smiled, and then gazed at the monkey and Qiong Qi. "Both of you can leave." The Alliance of All was after him, and he didn't want them to lose their lives here. The monkey shook his head. "When I was in danger, only you lent me a hand. Now, you are in danger, so how can I leave?" Yang Yi wanted to say something, but the monkey shook his head. There's no need to say anything else. Yang Yi couldn't do anything about the monkey's decision, so he gazed at Qiong Qi. Qiong Qi was about to speak when Yang Yi grabbed him by the shoulder and forcefully transported him into the primordial pagoda. In an instant, the primordial pagoda suppressed Qiong Qi. It wasn't that he felt Qiong Qi was too weak. It was that Qiong Qi may be killed in an instant if he joined a battle of this level. Now, only Yang Yi, and Nanjing, and the monkey remained. But there were 100 sages before them. Suddenly, the monkey stepped forward. "Allow me to start this battle." As soon as he said that, the monkey waved his right hand. In an instant, a burning red golden rod appeared in his grasp. At the same time, he hurled it at the demon god and the other sages. The golden rod grew larger and larger. In an instant, it was almost 3 kilometers long, and the powerful force it carried caused space to turn ethereal. It was a clear display of how terrifying the energy within it was. The monkey's attack was so shocking that the demon god and the others didn't dare to act carelessly. An entire 20 sages immediately charged at him. 20 sages. The monkey wasn't able to defeat them, but his eyes carried no fear, and there was only battle intent, blazing battle intent. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. "Be careful." And Nanjing nodded, and then Elysium appeared in her right grasp. After that, it started trembling, and rays of terrifying pressure seeped out from within it. An instant later, and Nanjing stomped her right foot down, and she transformed into a beam of light that shot at their enemies. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes as he stood on the spot. An impossible dilemma. Yang Yi had Snowy, so the Alliance of All would never let him go. But when the Alliance of All's army really came, the sages of the human race chose to make a compromise. He didn't blame them for that choice, because if sacrificing a single person and a sprite lord could bring peace to the human race, then the sages of the human race and the entire human race itself would agree to that. Yang Yi chose to be understanding toward that, so he chose to leave. From now onward, the matters of the human race had nothing to do with him. He was him, and they were they. Their life and death had nothing to do with each other. It was the choice that he and the human race had made. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of blood-red light flashed from them. At the same time, a strand of terrifying slaughter intent swept out from within him. In just an instant, the entire area had turned scarlet red. Slaughter intent, powerful slaughter intent that could affect the minds of sages. All the sages were shocked, and they circulated their profound energy to resist it. A moment later, a sword appeared in his grasp, and he started walking slowly in the demon god's direction. "Even if I die here today, I'll bury all of you with me. Bring it." A ray of blood-red sword energy flashed forward. In an instant, an ear-piercing sword howl resounded through the battlefield, and the entire expanse of space here cracked open. Moreover, the cracks were spreading rapidly. In just a short while, the space in a huge area had cracked open. It was an extremely shocking sight. Chapter 2180 Shattered. 3 against 100 sages. Could they win? Of course not. However, Yang Yi had no other choice. At this point in time, he had to fight even if he faced 1,000 sages. Powerful energy surged out incessantly from Yang Ye's blood-red sword energy. At this moment, the battlefield couldn't endure it any longer and collapsed. The surroundings were transformed into a black hole. Suddenly, the demon god closed his eyes slowly, and then a terrifying force soundlessly appeared. Right when Yang Ye's sword energy arrived around 3 m before him, the demon god suddenly opened his eyes. At that instant, his right hand transformed into a claw that was shaped like a dragon claw yet wasn't one. It was strangely curved. In an instant, the claw slapped Yang Ye's sword energy. Bang! Yang Ye's sword energy was slapped into bits. Suddenly, a sword arrived. The demon god's expression didn't change at all, and he raised the claw to block it. Bang! Powerful force surged out, and some of the other sages were blasted backward repeatedly. Ferocity appeared on the demon god's face. "Yang Yi, you're going to die today." He shook his claw as he spoke. Bang! A strand ripple of energy surged out, and it instantly blasted Yang Yi away. At the same time, he grasped his claw in Yang Ye's direction from afar. Bang! The area around Yang Yi exploded apart, but Yang Yi suddenly appeared behind the demon god. An instant later, a sword stabbed into the demon god's back. It stabbed in slightly, causing blood to spray, but it couldn't go any further, because the demon god's body had turned into that of a demon beast. Or to be more precise, he'd returned to his true form. His body was like an ape. He was extremely tall and wide like a hill, but while he looked like an ape, he wasn't one. His body was covered in scales that seemed like the scales of a dragon, and he had 2 sharp and long horns on his head. Those horns glimmered with a cold glow. Heaven-shaking dragon ape? Yang Yi immediately recognized the identity of the demon god's true form. It was naturally because he'd read many books in Martial Emperor Academy, and it didn't just contain the history of the various races, there was information on many powerful demon beasts and other experts. The heaven-shaking dragon ape? A descendant of the dragon race and spirit ape race of the ancient times. During that time, the dragon race was the strongest, and very few could fight it. The spirit ape race was one of them. Their union gave birth to descendants that possessed the strength of dragons and spirit apes, and the union of these two forces could simply shake the heavens. The heavens here didn't just represent any heavens but the entire heavens of the large universe. At the moment Yang Ye's sword had stabbed into his back, the demon god had reacted swiftly and instantly returned to his true form. As soon as he did that, powerful force blasted Yang Yi and his sword away. Yang Yi flew over 30 kilometers away. The demon god gazed at Yang Yi from afar. Yang Yi, they saw you're the #1 expert below the progenitor realm. Come, let me see if it's true. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right claw and slapped it down. The world shook before it. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then blood-red mist seeped out from his eyes. After that, he transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the air, and powerful blood-red sword energy tore through the black hole as it stabbed against the demon god's palm. Crack! The demon god's palm instantly cracked open, and then the blood-red sword energy pierced through and arrived before the demon god. Suddenly, the demon god howled with fury. Bang! A powerful sound wave rippled out, and it instantly blasted Yang Yi away. It was like a dragon roar. At the instant he was blasted away, Yang Ye's sword left his grasp and transformed into a ray of light that shot at the demon god. Hiss! The sound of something being sliced open resounded. It was the sound wave. It was quite deafening. Judgment arrived in front of the demon god, and it was covered in sharp and powerful sword energy. This attack was capable of slicing through anything before it. Viciousness flashed through the demon god's eyes, and he clenched his left fist and slammed it forward. Boom! It was like a tornado swept out from his fist, and powerful force instantly obliterated the black hole in the surroundings once more. As for Judgment, it was blasted away again, and it started to crack open as it flew. In the end, Judgment descended before Yang Yi. At this moment, the sharp sword energy around it was gone. Yang Yi placed his right hand on Judgment's hilt. Meanwhile, Judgment spoke softly, "Sorry, I can't help you anymore." Yang Yi grinned, but his smile was slightly pale. He was about to speak when Judgment suddenly shattered. It had shattered completely. Yang Yi stared blankly at the fragments before him, and then he waved his right hand and collected them all. "I'm sorry." Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then a sword howl shot up into the air and surged through the universe. In an instant, a sword floated before Yang Yi. The sword precursor. The sword was the sword precursor. He'd left it in his sea of consciousness to nurture it, and now, he'd taken it out. Yang Yi held the sword precursor in his grasp, and a strange feeling appeared within him. It wasn't a sword. It was a part of his body. That was what he felt right now. The sword precursor's level wasn't as high as Judgment or the Sword Supreme, but at this moment, it had truly merged into one with Yang Ye's heart and mind. Yang Yi was the sword, and the sword was Yang Yi. He'd truly become one with the sword spirit. Yang Yi held the sword precursor in his grasp as he walked toward the demon god. Yang Yi seemed tiny like an ant before the demon god's huge body. Even someone as powerful as the demon god didn't dare to be careless when facing Yang Yi. From the very beginning, he treated Yang Yi as an expert in the same realm of cultivation as him. From the beginning of the battle, he hadn't looked down on Yang Yi at all, and he'd put his full strength in every attack. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped. In an instant, a wave of mysterious energy appeared in the surroundings. The sword domain. Yang Yi activated the sword domain once more. As soon as he activated the sword domain, Yang Yi pressed the sword precursor against his forehead. In an instant, endless sword intent swept out from within him, and the sword domain was instantly filled by sword intent. A moment later, ethereal swords appeared within the sword domain. The invincible sword domain. The demon god had a solemn look in his eyes, and he slowly clenched his fists. In an instant, thick scales appeared all around him, and they shined with a black glow. Besides that, threads of energy flowed around him, and they ceaselessly flowed like arcs of lightning. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. As soon as he said that, countless sword howls resounded, and then the entire sword domain was filled with rays of light. At the moment the sword howl resounded, the demon god suddenly stretched out his hands. In an instant, the energy flowing around him surged into his palms, and then he leaped forward and slapped them down at Yang Yi. Boom! As soon as the force from his palms surged out, explosions resounded, and the space in the surroundings was obliterated repeatedly. At this moment, the space here was truly deathly silent, and it would take tens of thousands of years to be restored. The battlefield was silent for a moment, and then countless rays of sword energy flickered once more. Just like that, it went on for around 15 minutes before everything returned to calm. At this moment, Yang Yi and the demon god were standing facing each other from afar. Blood was seeping out incessantly from the corner of Yang Ye's mouth, and the demon god's body was covered in marks from Yang Ye's sword. Blood was incessantly seeping out from the demon god's body, and because his body was so huge, it seemed extremely shocking, like a river of blood was flowing out of him. The demon god gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, I rarely admire anyone, but I have to admire you. You possess such strength at your age. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and then he appeared behind the demon god. An instant later, the sword domain appeared, and then Yang Yi roared with fury as he stabbed his sword into the demon god's back with both hands. The demon god's expression changed drastically when he sensed this. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be able to execute such a terrifying attack at this point in their battle. Because of his size, he couldn't dodge at all, nor could he counterattack. He could only passively defend himself and attack. In an instant, countless scales converged on his back to protect the point Yang Ye's sword was descending toward. Bang! The demon god's enormous body shook violently. He was about to seize the opportunity to flash away, but Yang Yi suddenly howled hysterically with rage and twisted his sword with both hands. Hiss! A moment later, Yang Yi and his sword stabbed through the demon god, and the latter's body stiffened on the spot. Crack! A moment of silence ensued, and then countless rays of sword energy surged out from within the demon god. In an instant, the demon god's huge body split open into countless pieces that rained down from midair. The demon god was dead. Suddenly, Yang Yi walked out slowly from the mist of blood created from the demon god's death, and then he gazed at the other sages in the surroundings. He slowly raised his sword at them and spoke ferociously, "Bring it." Chapter 2181 Wait. Chapter 2181 Wait. The demon god was dead. The devil monarch and the others hadn't expected such an outcome. The demon god had the upper hand from the beginning, and it was the demon god who'd been suppressing Yang Yi in battle. However, the demon god hadn't been able to resist Yang Yi's final attack. Yang Yi had been superior in the end, the number one expert below the progenitor realm. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded from the side. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw the monkey had just made a tiny mistake in battle against those sages and had been blasted away. As soon as he was blasted away, over a dozen sages pounced at him. Yang Yi was about to attack, but 10 figures obstructed Yang Yi's path. They were led by the spirit god, sovereign of sky, devil monarch, shaman king, and barbaric king. Besides them, the rest were experts among experts. Obviously, they weren't planning to fight him one-on-one this time. The facts proved that fighting Yang Yi in single combat was a foolish decision. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the side. All the sages looked over, and they saw the monkey's body was expanding madly, and a towering monkey instantly appeared there. At this moment, the monkey was over 1 kilometer tall, extremely huge, and simply seemed like a small city. An ancient titan monkey. That was the monkey's true form. The monkey rarely used his true form because very few could force him to use it. At this moment, Even someone as strong as the monkey couldn't resist the joint forces of over a dozen sages. He would probably have no chance to return to his true form if he still refused to use it. Once he returned to his true form, the golden rod in his grasp suddenly grew by a few hundred times. At this moment, a powerful aura swept out from the monkey, and he simply felt invincible. As for the other sages around him, they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or defense, both of them had grown tremendously for the monkey. It could be said that the true battle had only just begun. Let's fight. Suddenly, the monkey roared with fury, and then he leaped up and charged at the sages while his powerful strength shook the world around him. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Nanjing. At this moment, there were multiple sages around her too. There were many injuries on her, and she was being suppressed too. She was practically only able to passively defend herself. If it wasn't for her extraordinary combat instinct and extremely powerful strength, she would be dead by now. Yang Ye's heart sank when he noticed the situation she was in. He was about to do something when her voice suddenly resounded in his mind. "Let me do it myself." As soon as she finished speaking, Elysium left her grasp, and it transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Over a dozen sages in front of her were blasted away. An instant later, she slowly raised both her palms, and the battlefield instantly trembled. After that, strands of faint energy appeared on her hands. Natural energy. Suddenly, one of the sages exclaimed. There were 3 types of energy at the beginning of the world: primordial violet energy, natural energy, and chaos energy. Each of them carried different effects. Natural energy was something that everyone had in their bodies. When they were in the womb, what did they rely on to breathe? It was natural energy. However, it would vanish when they were born. But it actually didn't really vanish, and it remained within the body. Of course, not everyone's natural energy would remain within the body. Only those with special physiques like in Nanjing's martial god physique were capable of preserving the natural energy in the body. Moreover, it could only preserve it, and it was absolutely difficult for the owner to control it. Very few in the world could accomplish it, and Nanjing was one of them. Meanwhile, she suddenly vanished on the spot, and she was in front of the sages when she appeared again. A moment later, she slammed her fist forward. Bang! A sage before her instinctively defended himself, but he hadn't even been able to react before he was obliterated. The others were shocked by this scene. World Crusher. Suddenly, Nanjing's voice resounded, and then a huge palm appeared. A moment later, he slammed down at the sages here. Just as it was named, it seemed like it was capable of crushing the world. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze at this point. She could persist for some time, regardless of whether it was a Nanjing or the monkey. While they couldn't win, they could hold on for some time, just a while. What about him? Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes as he gazed at the sages before him. Run? That was impossible. Fight. Fight to the death. The source of this content is F.O. Yang Yi opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Brother Monkey, Jinger, if nothing unexpected happens, then today will be the day we die. So, let's kill to our heart's content. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword trembled, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. The first to step forward was the Devil Monarch. His eyes narrowed slightly while he raised his right hand slowly. In an instant, a pitch-black tombstone flashed out from his palm. It expanded in the air and instantly expanded hundreds of times. At the same time, countless strands of black energy shot out like bolts of lightning. Yang Ye's sword energy was instantly covered in the lightning, and the powerful force it carried instantly blasted Yang Yi away. However, Yang Yi suddenly vanished while his figure was blasted away. He was behind the Devil Monarch when he appeared again. Backstab. However, as soon as he appeared behind the Devil Monarch, a middle-aged man with crimson-red hair suddenly appeared in front of him. The man had a blood-red skeleton in his grasp, and it stopped Yang Ye's attack. Moreover, a strand of red energy swept out from it and enveloped Yang Yi in an instant. Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded within the red energy, and then a ray of sword energy tore through it. However, a pillar of red energy slammed against Yang Yi's stomach. Bam! Yang Yi was instantly blasted away. At the moment he was blasted away, the barbaric king suddenly appeared behind him, and he had a huge, pitch-black hammer in his grasp. He slammed it at Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi couldn't dodge this attack. Yang Yi didn't dodge it, and just allowed it to strike his head. At the moment the hammer was about to strike Yang Yi's head, the barbaric king was stunned. Yang Yi's going to die just like this? He was very confident that if Yang Yi didn't defend himself or dodge his attack, then the hammer would obliterate Yang Yi. However, his expression changed drastically when it actually struck Yang Yi's head, because a thin layer of armor had appeared on Yang Yi's head. The primordial armor. Yang Yi had activated the primordial armor at the critical moment. At the same time, Yang Yi stabbed his sword against the barbaric king's chest. Hiss! It sliced off half of the barbaric king's body, and then Yang Yi's figure flashed over 1 kilometer to the right. However, as soon as he stopped himself, a wave of mysterious energy enveloped him. At this instantly, his mind was dazed, and he felt like head fallen into an abyss. The Shaman Emperor. A shaman technique. It was a familiar feeling. Yang Yi was alarmed. Suddenly, the primordial pagoda shook within him, and then golden light enveloped Yang Yi's body. Or to be more precise, it protected his soul. As soon as it did that, the uncomfortable feeling he had vanished. Meanwhile, the Shaman Emperor had appeared behind Yang Yi. However, his reaction was swift, and he swung a backhand stab at the Shaman Emperor. Bang! Yang Yi and the Shaman Emperor were blasted away from each other, but a few sages immediately charged at him. In the primordial pagoda, at this moment, Snowy was beyond anxious, and there were pearls of tears in her eyes. The little fellow was jumping about, and seemed to be trying to figure out a solution. As for Tianxiu, she stood there silently. Outside the primordial pagoda, the battle was at its peak. Even if the money, and Nanjing, and Yang Yi used all their trump cards, losing was unavoidable. It was only a matter of time before they lost, and losing undoubtedly represented death for them. An old man stood silently far away in the sky. It was the Tao progenitor. Of course, he wasn't standing by idly because he was emotionless. It was the overall situation in the large universe that made the entire universe target Yang Yi. If the Tao path took Yang Yi's side and went against the times, it would have to go against the entire large universe. The consequence of that was annihilation. He wasn't all alone, and he had the Tao path to protect. New novel chapters are published on FreeWeb. Oh, Velcom, a single mistake could bring the annihilation of the Tao path. Yang Yi had the Sprite Lord and refused to give it up, so it was an impossible dilemma. Actually, the Alliance of All wouldn't let him live even if he gave up the Sprite Lord. Since they were enemies with a genius like Yang Yi, it was best to annihilate him before he could grow further. Otherwise, the day he grew to his peak was the day they would face annihilation. They wanted the Sprite Lord, but Yang Yi had to die too. That was what the Alliance of All, the Buddhist path, and the weapon path wanted. The Tao progenitor remained silent for a long time, and then he sighed and left. Meanwhile, 2 women stood silently at the side. It was Ding Xiaoyao and Jir. Jir asked, "Are we not going to do anything?" Ding Xiaoyao spoke with indifference on her face. "Wait? Until when?" asked Jir. Ding Xiaoyao stared at the battlefield for a long time before she answered. "Once they die in battle and cripple the alliance of all sages." Her voice was icy cold as ice, and there wasn't a trace of emotion in it. Chapter 21 82 Brothers. Chapter 21 82 Brothers. The God race had 26 sages right now, but it was clearly not enough when facing the Alliance of All and the 2 other paths. If the God race wanted to take advantage of the situation and reap the reward, then it had to wait. It had to wait until Yang Yi and Nanjing and the monkey crippled the Alliance of All. Only then could the God race be the biggest and final winner. Jir glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and remained silent. The God race. She knew that Ding Xiaoyao had ultimately chosen to prioritize the God race over her own feelings. She would take Yang Yi's side when there was no conflict between them, but when there was conflict, she chose the God race. Of course, she had to. If Ding Xiaoyao didn't take the god race's side, then Zhir would remove Ding Xiaoyao from her position without the slightest hesitation. Even if Yang Yi had shown her kindness, the god race was most important to Zhir. Regardless of whether it was her or Ding Xiaoyao, the god race's interests were everything to them. The battle in the distance was still going on. However, at this moment, and Nanjing, the monkey, and Yang Yi were heavily injured. Especially the monkey, one of his arms had been blasted into bits. Besides that, the scales all around his body had been smashed open too, and blood was seeping out incessantly like a fountain from him. It was extremely shocking. As for Yang Yi and Nanjing, their condition wasn't much better. Fight. As far as they were concerned, they could only fight to the death. Suddenly, ripples surged through the battlefield, and then an invisible barrier appeared here. A moment later, 11 women appeared on the battlefield. They were led by Sky Maiden. Sky Maiden looked off into the distance, and then ferocity flashed through her eyes. An instant later, she opened her eyes and roared. Boom! A huge mouth suddenly appeared like a beast that could swallow the universe and bit down at the sages in the distance. Heaven Devourer. At this moment, the mouth seemed like it could devour the heavens. The sages there were shocked. They didn't dare act carelessly, and the spirit god shot upward and waved his hands. An invisible wave of force surged out like a torrent from his palms. Boom! Beams of energy slammed incessantly against the mouth. Besides that, the devil monarch waved his right hand, and a huge black tombstone shot upward and smashed itself against the mouth. Bang! The mouth cracked open and transformed into countless fragments of energy that rained down through the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sky Maiden spat out multiple mouthfuls of blood, and her countenance instantly turned extremely pale. However, her interference had bought Yang Yi, the monkey, and Nanjing some time to rest, and they immediately converged together. Nether Maiden and the others couldn't bear to look at them when they saw the horrifying state Yang Yi and the others were in. At this moment, Yang Yi was covered in blood. It was impossible to discern if the blood belonged to him or his enemies. Besides that, his sword was covered in chipped areas. Those chips in his sword had been forcefully smashed open during battle. Moreover, if one looked carefully, one would notice that his entire body was covered in injuries. While he had the primordial armor, it couldn't be used without restraint, and he could only use it at critical moments. So, at most times, he could only use his body to forcefully resist the attacks thrown at him. And Nanjing was slightly better, just slightly. Her instinct in combat was extraordinary. So, while they could injure her, it was very difficult for them to cause lethal damage to her when she wanted to dodge their attacks. However, she wasn't in a much better state. While she hadn't lost any limbs, her internal organs had cracked open. It had been cracked open by the force of the impact she suffered. The Devil Monarch gazed at Sky Maiden's group. Who are all of you? Sky Maiden glanced at the Devil Monarch's group, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Are you all right? Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and gazed at them. What did you come? Meanwhile, she walked over to Yang Yi, rubbed his head, and said, Since you call us your sisters, we naturally have to take your side. We've left the Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi shook his head. He was just about to speak when blood seeped out of his mouth before he could say anything. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth again and said, All of you will die. Listen to me, and leave now. You still can make it. Blood Maiden smiled. Would you stand by idly if we're attacked by a group of experts? Yang Yi wanted to say something else, but Blood Maiden shook her head. Forget that, just leave with us. Leave. A vicious glow flashed through the Devil Monarch's eyes. How laughable. Can you even leave? As soon as he said that, a few dozen sages surrounded all of them. The sages of the entire alliance of all were over 100 in number. Besides those who had died in battle earlier, there were still over 100 here. Besides the god race, it could be considered as the entire force of the large universe. Sky Maiden closed her eyes slowly. Shed expected this, but Shed still chosen to come. Die with Yang Yi? They hadn't thought that much about it, and Sky Maiden hadn't given it any thought. After she awakened completely, there was something she could never forget. and it was that only a single person stood by her side when profounder continent was on the verge of collapse and the eye of the heaven Tao wanted to kill her. That person told her that she didn't have to be afraid because he was there. That person was Yang Yi. Besides that, Yang Yi stepped forward when the others from the Nether Pavilion were in trouble. She had planned to come alone today, but her plan had failed. Nether Maiden and the others had chosen to come, and none of them had tried to stop her. Sky Maiden closed her eyes slowly. Since you refused to let us go, then let's fight. Count me in. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, and Yang Yi looked over to its source. The owner of the voice had a robust figure and a spiked club on her resting against her shoulder. It was none other than Amon. Yang Yi shook his head. Big sister man, what are you doing here? You, meanwhile, Amon said, I gave it some thought and decided to do this in the end. If I don't come, I will never be able to rest at ease. Who can live forever in this world? I think no one can accomplish that. Now, it's the end times, so I may die at any moment. Since only death awaits, isn't it better to die with a brother? Haha. Suddenly, roaring laughter came from afar. They looked over and saw a group of young men flashing over. It was none other than Yu Jing who was leading them, and Mad Saber, Qin Xuan, and Ling among them too. All of the others by Yu Jing's side were the other brothers who had gone through life and death with Yang Yi in the dead dimension. Qin Xuan and the others went over to Yang Yi's side. And then Qin Xuan chuckled. Are you very surprised? Is it a huge, pleasant surprise? Haha. Yang Yi shook his head. This really isn't necessary. Even if you didn't come, I would still consider all of you as my brothers. Qin Xuan shook his head and interrupted Yang Yi. You're wrong. What are brothers? We go through thick and thin together. That's what brothers do. Only useless trash brothers would only share in the happiness, but refuse to help when difficulties arise. Mad Saber nodded. Indeed. Meanwhile, Ling, who didn't really like to talk, said, We know what you're worried about. Indeed. Yuan and Nanjing are the most dazzling geniuses in the younger generation of the large universe right now. But who's below both of you? It's all of us who crawled out of the dead dimension. We may be unable to kill a sage, but if I'm willing to risk my life, then I have at least a 50% chance to kill a sage. Qin Xuan chuckled. I'm a little better. I have around a 55% chance. Haha. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, All that matters is the heart. I would still consider all of you as brothers even if you didn't come. This is my own personal business, and it really isn't necessary to interfere in this. Moreover, it really isn't necessary to drag down your clans and sects for me. All of you aren't alone. You have to think about the organizations you represent. We're all alone now, Qin Xuan said abruptly. We left our clans and sects before coming. Presently, we have no link to our former clans and sections. We are alone, and we only represent ourselves. Yang Yi gazed at them for a long time and said, Is it worth it? You'll die. When did you become so long-winded? Yu Jing suddenly said, This isn't the Yang Yi we knew. Exactly. Qin Xuan added, You're actually speaking about whether it's worth it. You could have left safely by yourself in the dead dimension, yet you turned around and came back for us. Did you consider if it was worth it at the time? Moreover, if it wasn't for you, we would have died in the dead dimension. As far as we are concerned, dying in the end times is really not worth it, but dying with you in battle is really worth it. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. All of you. The group from the Nether Pavilion and Amon's group. New novel chapters are published on FreeWeb. Oh, Velcom, besides Sky Maiden. All of them weren't sages. However, they were the greatest geniuses in the large universe besides in Nanjing and Yang Yi. If Yang Yi and in Nanjing didn't exist, they would be the most dazzling geniuses in the large universe. The reason they weren't that renowned was mainly because of Yang Yi and in Nanjing's presence. They were too brilliant and casted a shadow upon the other geniuses. Simply speaking, if they died here today, then even if the other races could survive through the end times, they would have a lack of experts in a generation. In other words, they would have no one to continue leading their respective races. The Devil Monarch and the others understood this, but they had no other choice. The Devil Monarch closed his eyes slowly. Kill. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from afar. and then a ray of sword energy tore through space and descended here. Everyone looked toward it. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. It feels familiar. Chapter 2183 The Undying Race. Chapter 2183 The Undying Race. The sword and tint it emanated was quite familiar to him. Everyone watched as a woman in a green dress appeared before them. Yang Yi frowned when he saw her, because he didn't recognize her at all. After she arrived, her gaze immediately descended onto Yang Yi. She smiled. "Long time no see." Yang Yi asked, "Who are you?" She smiled. "Do you really not remember me?" Yang Yi shook his head. "You seem a little familiar, but I'm sure that I've never seen you before." "Of course." She smiled. "I was just a child when we met. Now, I've grown up." Follow current novels on Freeweb. OVL. A child. Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, she flicked a strand of sword and tint over to him. "That's—" Yang Yi gazed at it with astonishment. Because it was his own sword and tint. While it was very weak, it was his. She walked over to him and said, "Situ Tingyun." Yang Yi was stunned for quite some time before he spoke with astonishment. "Why, you're that little girl." Tingyun. At this moment, Yang Yi recalled that had given a young girl in the lower universe 3 strands of his sword and tint because of her natural talent. Had just done so casually without any objectives. Had done it all because he felt her natural talent wasn't bad, and had never imagined her to actually be here now. Actually, Yang Yi didn't know that his sword and tint from all those years was at the peak of the lower universe, and countless sword cultivators dreamed of possessing it. He didn't know what that small gift of his represented to the young girl. She smiled. Surprised? Tingyun. She should be called Sword Empress Tingyun. Perhaps no one here had heard of her name, but in the lower universe, it was dazzling like Yang Yi, and in Nanjing's names right now. Yang Yi sized up the woman before him and nodded. "I'm very surprised. I didn't expect you to have grown to such an extent." Shed comprehended sword and tint while she was just a child, and her cultivation hadn't been low. Now, while she was just a major Zen realm expert, her cultivation in the sword Dao was extremely strong, and even Yang Yi couldn't really see through it. Tingyun smiled and glanced at the surroundings. "My strength is limited, so we'll deal with 3 sages. I can't do anything about the rest." Yang Yi shook his head. "You don't owe me anything. That's your opinion." She looked him in the eyes. "I should naturally repay your kindness." She transformed into a ray of light that shot towards a few sages, and powerful sword and tint surged out incessantly, causing others to be unable to look straight at her. They didn't dare to underestimate their opponent. Those sages hurriedly circulated their profound energy and started to resist her attacks. "Then let's fight." Sky Maiden transformed into a beam of white light that shot upward. Blood Maiden and Blind Maiden were by her side, and went straight for over a dozen sages. Suddenly, Amon said, "Brothers, if we die today, remember to be brothers again in our next life." As soon as she finished speaking, he charged at Sage with her spiked club in hand. "Haha!" Qin Chuan roared with laughter. "Big sis man, you're too impatient. Wait for me." He charged over. Meanwhile, Mad Saber gazed at Ling. "Both of us fought Big Sis Man in the dead dimension, but we weren't a match for her. But we've never fought. So, let's compete today?" Ling replied indifferently, "How?" Mad Saber smiled. "Well, see who can kill a sage first." Ling nodded. "All right." He transformed into a ray of white light that shot forward. Meanwhile, Mad Saber drew his saber, and he took it in both hands before charging at the nearest sage. Meanwhile, the monkey howled furiously, and then he slammed his palms down. In an instant, the space in a huge area shook violently, and then the monkey's figure charged forward like a mountain at the sages in the distance. The Devil Monarch and the others' expressions turned extremely unsightly. They hadn't expected this. While they still had a huge advantage, even if they could defeat Yang Yi and kill him, they would suffer heavy losses, truly severe losses. Not a single opponent they were facing was ordinary. Why had the alliance of all and the other 2 paths dispatch all their sages? Because they didn't want to give Yang Yi a chance, and they didn't want to win a Pyrrhic victory against Yang Yi. They hoped to pay the smallest price to annihilate Yang Yi. Yet now, Yang Yi suddenly had so many friends, and this threw a wrench in their plans. However, they had no way back. They had to see this battle to the end. The end was either one where Yang Yi died or they did. The Devil Monarch's eyes gradually turned icy cold. Kill them. Don't let a single one of them survive. Kill. In an instant, almost 100 sages shot upward. This battle wasn't any inferior to the battle between all the races and the God race all those years ago. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing, and the latter nodded slightly. After that, they vanished on the spot, and they were in front of the Devil Monarch when they appeared again. The latter was terrified when he witnessed this. He didn't fear a one-on-one battle against Yang Yi or Nanjing. However, he was extremely terrified of a battle against both of them at once. Obviously, they wanted to annihilate him without giving him a chance to survive. The expressions of the sages around the Devil Monarch changed as well, and they were about to lend him a hand. However, it was too late because Yang Yi and Nanjing attacked too quickly. The Devil Monarch was no ordinary expert, so his reaction was extremely quick. At the instant Yang Yi and Nanjing appeared before him, a strand of terrifying black energy surged out from him, and then a huge tombstone appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, a vicious glow flashed through Nanjing's eyes. She held Elysium in her right hand as she stabbed it forward, and it stabbed straight into the tombstone. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy rippled forth. The tombstone started to crack open. Meanwhile, Nanjing stomped her right foot down, and it slammed straight against Elysium's handle. Bang! Elysium cracked apart the entire tombstone. Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy soundlessly appeared behind the Devil Monarch. The latter was horrified, and he slammed both his palms down. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy rippled out with him at its center. Nanjing and Yang Yi were blasted away. But at the instant that happened, Elysium suddenly left Nanjing's grasp while Yang Yi's sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Hiss! Hiss! The Devil Monarch's figure stiffened. Elysium was in his chest, and Yang Yi's sword was in his back. Yang Yi and Nanjing's joint forces had annihilated the Devil Monarch. The Devil Monarch looked at them with a slightly blank gaze in his eyes. Formidable. Bang! The Devil Monarch's body exploded apart, and then the sword and Elysium flew back to their respective owners. The Barbaric King, Spirit God, and Shaman Emperor converged together. At this moment, they truly realized that they were unable to deal with Yang Yi and Nanjing's joint forces on their own. Their joint forces were truly too terrifying. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. Are you all right? Nanjing closed her eyes slowly, and a long time passed before she said, I can still fight. Yang Yi cracked a smile. If it wasn't for me, you may become a peerless expert like the Unfettered One, but you're very likely to die with me today. She gazed at him. Well, die together. Yang Yi roared with laughter, and it reverberated through the world like a thunderclap. A short while later, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot upward while Nanjing followed behind him. At the same time, the Barbaric King, Spirit God, and Shaman Emperor attacked in unison while over a dozen top-rate sages remained by their side. In the Primordial Pagoda, Snowy was absolutely anxious. She was asking the Primordial Pagoda for help, but it couldn't do anything. It was a divine weapon, but while it was strong, it needed to be in the hands of someone to display that strength. But Yang Yi hadn't been able to fully grasp it. So, if it was made to fight those sages on its own, it could never accomplish that, unless those sages came inside the pagoda. However, the Primordial Pagoda had realized the situation Yang Yi was in, and it was madly utilizing primordial violet energy to repair Yang Yi's absolutely damaged body. Besides that, it had realized that it must let Yang Yi take full control of it. Before this, it hadn't given that much thought, and neither had Yang Yi. Yet now, Yang Yi was facing so many formidable enemies, and it made the pagoda feel threatened. It would rise and fall with Yang Yi. When Yang Wudi forcefully placed it within Yang Yi, it had merged into one with Yang Yi's body. So, if Yang Yi died, then even if it survived, it would suffer damages. Snowy grew even more anxious when even the Primordial Pagoda couldn't help. In the end, She instinctively gazed at Tianxiu, who had been standing silently at the side. Tianxiu gazed at Snowy, and then Snowy flew over to her. Snowy embraced Snowy and rubbed Snowy's head gently while she muttered, I can't. I really can't. Aishio can't help, can't help. Snowy gazed at her with bewilderment. Tianxiu seemed like she'd lost her soul. There are even stronger people. If Aishio helps, Big Brother will die. Even stronger enemies. In the endless black hole in the distance. The glowing door Yang Yi found the other day was trembling slightly. A long time passed before a phantom walked out slowly from the other side. The phantom glanced at the surroundings, and his gaze passed through space and swept through the entire large universe. A long time passed before the phantom said, compared to the void spirit race of all those years ago, the living beings of the large universe are truly weak now. The phantom's voice turned quite ferocious at this point. Void spirit maiden, you sacrificed yourself and the living beings of the large universe to seriously injure me, forcing my undying race to retreat from this large universe and fall into deep sleep for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, can anyone in this large universe stop my undying race? Ha ha ha. The phantom's laughter was filled with madness. The undying race had endured this grievance for hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 2184 I really can't go on anymore. Chapter 2184 I really can't go on anymore. The battle was still going on. At this moment, the battle between the two sides had entered its peak. Death. People were dying, one after the other. This included sages from the alliance of All Side and Yang Ye side. Bang! An explosion resounded, and a figure was blasted far away. Yang Yi glanced at it, and he felt like needles were stabbing into his heart. It was none other than Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan suddenly gazed at Yang Yi while his figure flew, and then he cracked a smile. Brother Yang, let's be brothers again in our next lives. I'm leaving first. Follow current novels on FreeWeb. OVL.com. As soon as he finished speaking, his profound energy surged out madly, and then his body instantly expanded. Boom! Qin Xuan's body exploded apart, and a terrifying wave of energy swept out. It instantly slammed against the sage before him and obliterated that sage. Self-detonation had taken his opponent down with him. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Meanwhile, Mad Saber's loud laughter resounded. Ha! Ling, I killed a sage first. Haha, you've lost. Let's compete again in our next life. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly stiffened, and then his figure started falling slowly. Ling glanced at Mad Saber's falling body, and then he wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. Slow down. I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly shook violently. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy converged toward him, and his own spirit energy started to rise madly. Countless strands of spirit energy converged within him. Bang! Ling's body exploded abruptly, and a terrifying storm of spirit energy erupted like a volcano. Two sages in front of him were blasted away. One of them was even blasted into bits, while the other was heavily injured and lost the ability to continue fighting. However, Ling was gone from this world, forever. Meanwhile, Yu Jing's voice resounded. Bastards! You actually left so quickly. He gazed at Yang Yi and Amon, and he continued, Brother Yang, sister man, if my corpse remains intact, then don't forget to get me a clean set of clothes. I don't want to die covered in dirt like those bastards. Haha. As he roared with laughter, Yu Jing charged off into the distance. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly while tears ceaselessly seeped out from the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, Nanjing was fighting many sages in the distance. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded, and then a colossus flew off into the distance. It was the monkey. At this moment, the monkey had lost his right arm, and his body was covered in injuries that were bleeding incessantly. He seemed like he was wearing blood-red clothes. After he stopped himself, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, I'll leave my spirit ape clan to you, brother. As soon as he said that, the monkey roared with fury, and then he grabbed the golden rod with his left hand and shot forward. Self-ignition. Flames were burning all around the monkey. Head ignited himself. At this moment, the monkey's aura was unprecedentedly powerful, and it was on the verge of being on par with progenitors. As for the golden rod in his grasp, it had transformed into flames because it had been fully burned. Self-destruction. Finally, the monkey arrived before the sages. Boom! A rumbling explosion resounded through the battlefield, and almost 17 sages in that area were instantly obliterated. Annihilated without a trace. 17 sages had been obliterated without being able to fight back. The monkey was dead as well. It was an attack head ignited and burned up himself to fuel. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists, and his nails sunk into his palm, causing blood to cover Yang Ye's hand. World Eye. Suddenly, a furious shout resounded. Blind Maiden suddenly opened her eyes far away. In an instant, 2 rays of blood-red light shot forward. Everywhere they passed, everything was obliterated, and 2 sages were instantly burned into ashes. However, 2 strings of blood red seeped out from Blind Maiden's eyes. 2 breaths of time later, she turned to the side and looked downward. The grave by the ocean. Blood Maiden slowly stretched out her right hand. I told you I'd come keep you company. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes slowly, and no signs of life were left in her. Third sister. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden howled with fury. In an instant, a chain shot forward, and it shot through the head of a sage in front of her. Meanwhile, she was blasted away by another sage. An old man was watching the battle in silence from afar. Zhongyi from the weapon path was by his side. This time, Zhongyi didn't participate, or it should be said that Head left the weapon path. Head wanted to leave when the slaughter line had been slaughtered all those years ago, but he wanted to rebuild the slaughter line. So, he hadn't left yet. But now, when the weapon path acted against Yang Yi, he was truly and completely disappointed. The old man said, "It's horrible." Zhongyi gazed at the old man. "Senior, are you not going to interfere?" The old man shook his head. "I won't be able to save him even if I do." "Why?" Zhongyi was puzzled. The alliance of all and the other 2 paths have suffered tremendous losses. If you act now, you'll definitely. It won't work. The old man looked off into the distance. "Don't forget about the god race." "The god race?" Zhongyi was shocked. "They." The old man nodded. Zhongyi's face was covered in shock. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly stopped in front of Yang Yi, and then she turned around to look at him. "I don't think I can hold on any longer." Blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth once she finished speaking. At the same time, Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at her. At this moment, her right hand was in pieces, and it was because Shed overused her strength. Shed fought over a dozen sages on her own, and some of them were even halfway into the progenitor realm. So, while being able to accomplish this couldn't be described as unprecedented and impossible to replicate, she wasn't inferior to any genius in the history of this large universe. And Nanjing stopped, so the sages in front of her stopped as well. She was too terrifying, and she made them feel a huge amount of pressure. So, now that Shed stopped, they had no intention to follow up with more attacks. They didn't have any intention to do that at all. That was how strong Nanjing was. Yang Yi walked over to her, touched her face lightly with his right hand while he felt like needles were piercing his heart. A farewell? When she said that to him, she was actually saying her farewells. Yang Yi suddenly started laughing, but his smile was quite miserable, and his laughter grew louder and louder until it filled the surroundings. A moment later, Yang Yi's face gradually became ferocious. Suddenly, Yang Yi lifted his fingers and stabbed his eyes with them. 2 strings of blood sprayed from them. Bang! A wave of terrifying slaughter intent swept out from within him, and it surged madly like a rising tide. Ha ha ha! Yang Yi roared madly with laughter. "Hate! Am so full of hate. I, Yang Yi, am so full of hate. Ha ha!" His slaughter intent rose madly. In an instant, the surroundings turned blood red, and everyone felt like they were in an ocean of blood. At this moment, everyone looked toward Yang Yi. Amidst his roaring and insane laughter, Yang Ye's slaughter intent increased madly. At the same time, countless strands of blood converged incessantly toward Yang Yi from the surroundings. It wasn't just the surroundings. Anywhere that blood existed in the large universe, the blood there seemed like it was summoned by something and shot up into the air before traveling through space to converge at Yang Ye's position. It wasn't just blood. The slaughter intent emanated by anyone in every corner of the large universe suddenly vanished. It hadn't really vanished, but all of it had traveled through space and converged at Yang Ye's position. Blood and slaughter intent were ceaselessly converging to Yang Yi. Slaughter intent. The spirit god spoke with astonishment. This slaughter intent. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes opened wide. This is bad. His slaughter intent is about to attain the progenitor realm. Stop him. The progenitor realm and slaughter intent. All the sages here were horrified. Once Yang Yi accomplished that, it would definitely be a disaster for them, a true disaster. After all, it was very, very difficult for them to deal with Yang Yi even now. So, if he attained the progenitor realm of slaughter intent, then, just thinking about it was terrifying. They didn't hesitate to abandon their opponents and charge at Yang Yi. All of them charged at Yang Yi. They had to stop him from succeeding. It was what the spirit god and all the others were thinking right now. Stop them. Suddenly, someone shouted these words. An instant later, and Nanjing was the first to charge over Wild Blood Maiden, and the others were behind her. However, at this moment, the spirit god and the others were desperate too. They were very well aware that if Yang Yi succeeded, then they wouldn't be able to avoid a disaster. Even if they died, they had to stop Yang Yi. When the spirit god and the others truly started risking their lives, the battle grew absolutely intense. Around 15 minutes later, Elysium suddenly shot out from a Nanjing's grasp. Hiss! It stabbed into a sage's chest, causing that sage's body to explode apart. Elysium flew back into her grasp. She used Elysium to support her body that was almost falling to pieces, and then glanced at Yang Yi. I really can't go on anymore. I can't stay by your side anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, and Nanjing's eyes gradually closed. Chapter 2185 Exhausted. Chapter 2185 Exhausted. Exhausted. And Nanjing was tired. She was truly, truly tired. Since the battle began, she was the most tired of them all. Now, she really couldn't go on any longer. Right when Nanjing's eyes were about to close completely, a pair of hands suddenly held her face. She used all her strength to open her eyes, and she saw Yang Yi before her. At this moment, Yang Yi was completely crimson red, and his eyes were no more. Her heart hurt when she saw him like this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Stay by my side." As soon as he finished speaking, he transported her into the primordial pagoda. Once she entered the primordial pagoda immediately started sending countless strands of primordial violet energy into her, while Snowy ceaselessly sent torrents of spirit energy to her. However, Nanjing's aura was still growing weaker and weaker. Snowy was so anxious she couldn't stop crying. Suddenly, Tianxiu squatted by Nanjing's side. Nanjing gazed at her. "I'm afraid I really won't be able to hold on. Help him in the future, all right?" Tianxiu gazed at her in silence. Nanjing spoke softly. "He's a good person." A good person? Was Yang Yi a good person? It depended on the individual person. As far as Nanjing was concerned, Yang Yi was a good person. When a million arrows were raining down upon her, it was Yang Yi who'd used his body to stop them for her. Since that moment, the image of a person was etched in her heart. She was willing to fight the entire world for him. Nanjing's eyes started to close slowly. Suddenly, Tianxiu grabbed her hand. In an instant, a strand of boundless mysterious energy surged into Nanjing. Voice spirit energy. The Tao progenitor had told Yang Yi that when the universe was born, there had been 3 types of energy: primordial violet energy, natural energy, and chaos energy. Actually, there was one more. Void spirit energy. Void spirit energy was superior to all 3 energies, and it was eternal and indestructible. However, and Nanjing's eyes still closed in the end. Snowy was stunned, and then she started crying more. Meanwhile, Tianxiu rubbed Snowy's little head. She's just sleeping. Sleeping. Snowy gazed at Tianxiu, and then Tianxiu nodded to guarantee it. However, Snowy was still crying. She started waving her claws and was asking if she was really useless. Tianxiu rubbed Snowy's head. Don't think too much about it. Big brother will be fine. Don't do anything stupid too, all right? Don't do anything stupid. Snowy's thoughts were very pure and simple. She felt that if she left with the spirit gods group, then they would spare Yangyi, and she was prepared to do that. Tianxiu had realized that, and that was why Shed said that. The conflict between Yangyi and the Alliance of All was the Sprite Lord, but it was just the Sprite Lord anymore. They would never let Yangyi live. He was a threat. He was a true threat to them. As for Snowy, to be a little frank, the world within the primordial pagoda would be dead without Snowy in it. No matter how monstrous the primordial pagoda was, it couldn't create spirit energy on its own. The reason the primordial pagoda loved Snowy so much was mainly because it would have an endless supply of spirit energy while Snowy was here. Snowy was the most useful, and she just couldn't fight. Tianxiu consoled Snowy, and then she looked up. Her gaze was extremely icy cold. But it only took a moment for bewilderment to fill her eyes, but then it turned icy cold again. Just like that, her gaze kept changing. Outside the primordial pagoda, everyone here had stopped, and they were looking at Yangyi. At this moment, there was no slaughter intent or blood around Yangyi. However, he seemed like he was made of blood itself. At this moment, he felt dangerous to them just by standing there. Extremely dangerous. Retreat. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the spirit god's mind. It was the weapon progenitor's voice. Retreat? The spirit god looked up at the sky. Why? A short while passed before an extremely unsightly expression appeared on his face. It wasn't that the 5 progenitors refused to help, they couldn't. They were heavily injured. The 5 progenitors had attacked Yang Wudi together, but they hadn't just suffered light injuries from the battle, they'd been severely injured. Or to be more precise, Yang Wudi had almost taken all of them with him. Even they had never expected that jointly attacking Yang Wudi would end in such a way. Yang Wudi's strength far surpassed their expectations. Besides that, they'd never expected people to come help Yangyi while he was in such a situation, and they were shocked to witness Yangyi actually attain the progenitor realm and slaughter intent at this moment. Retreat. The progenitors decisively decided to retreat. The spirit god glanced at the surroundings. No more than 60 of the sages on his side remained, and most of them were heavily injured. They'd suffered severe losses. Truly severe losses. The spirit god took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." As soon as he gave the order, all the sages intended to leave. However, Yangyi suddenly said, "You're leaving?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of blood-red sword energy flashed. Hiss. The head of a sage by the spirit god's side flew up into the air. He hadn't been able to fight back at all. The spirit god was astounded because Yangyi was actually that strong. Attack. As soon as he gave the order, the spirit god raised both his hands. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy converged together. In an instant, strands of spirit energy swept out toward Yangyi like bolts of lightning. Suddenly, Yangyi raised his hand and swung his sword. Hiss. The spirit energy was instantly obliterated. The spirit god and the other sages' expressions instantly turned extremely unsightly from the sight of this. At this moment, Yang Ye's strength had undergone a qualitative transformation when compared to the past. Yang Ye's current strength was much stronger than it had been. The spirit god and the others had the desire to retreat now. They wanted to avoid him for now, but how could Yangyi possibly let them retreat? Suddenly, Yangyi raised his right foot and pressed it down lightly. Hiss. The space beneath his feet was instantly obliterated, and then a ray of blood-red light shot forward. It was extremely swift and instantly entered the group of sages before him. In an instant, they were enveloped by monstrous slaughter intent. At this moment, the spirit god had a ferocious expression on his face. He knew that it was impossible to retreat now, because retreating now would be no different than killing the sages behind him. Fight! The spirit god waved his hands. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy converged madly to him, and the barbaric king and shaman emperor beside him acted as well. At this moment, only the three of them could keep Yang Yi busy, so they had to step forward. Otherwise, the other sages wouldn't be able to resist a single attack from Yang Yi. After he attained the progenitor realm and slaughter intent, ordinary sages were nothing before Yang Yi. In the past, he had to use his full strength to kill a sage in an instant, yet now, just a casual swing of his sword could accomplish that. Yang Yi slaughtered the other sages while he fought against the spirit god's group of three. Hiss, 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 hiss. A strange scene appeared here on the battlefield. Ray after ray of sword energy flashed incessantly, and every single one of them would make a head fly. In just less than 15 minutes, Yang Yi had slaughtered 9 sages on his own. The spirit god and the others were truly in panic at this point, because they were incapable of keeping Yang Yi tied down anymore. However, they could discern that Yang Yi was almost completely exhausted, and he was just holding on with his last breath. So long as that passed, Yang Yi would die. Kill! The spirit god suddenly howled with fury. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy swept out from within him and slammed against Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi raised his hand and destroyed it with a swing of his sword. At the same time, Yang Yi's sword transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Hiss! The head of a sage, standing over 1 kilometer away, flew up into the air. Exhaust him to death. Suddenly, the barbaric king howled with fury, and then a huge hammer slammed down at Yang Yi. The force it carried obliterated the space around Yang Yi, and it pushed Yang Yi backward repeatedly. However, Yang Yi was merely pushed backward, because a strand of blood-red slaughter intent was in front of Yang Yi, and it was blocking off the force of the attack. That strand of slaughter intent had blocked an attack that carried the barbaric king's full strength. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, a few dozen sages surrounded him. Boundary Maiden and the others were about to lend him a hand, but Yang Yi had already attacked. Countless sword howls resounded throughout the surroundings, and then countless rays of blood-red sword energy surged out from Yang Yi like a storm and rained down upon the sages around him. The sword energy was still the same as before, but it was covered in slaughter intent, and it had become extremely terrifying because of that slaughter intent. Progenitor Realm Slaughter Intent. Slaughter intent that had attained the progenitor realm by converging the slaughter intent and blood throughout the large universe. Such slaughter intent wasn't something an ordinary person could resist. The spirit god and the others turned pale when they saw the slaughter intent. Suddenly, a ray of holy light appeared before them, and it completely blocked off Yang Yi's blood-red sword energy. Meanwhile, another ray of sword energy suddenly struck the holy light. Boom! The light exploded apart. However, a progenitor had appeared before the spirit god's group. It was the Buddhist progenitor. However, it wasn't his main body, and it was just a phantom. At this moment, he didn't dare to reveal his main body. If he showed himself after being heavily injured by Yang Wudi, then Yang Yi's current strength combined with some others who were hiding in the shadows would be entirely sufficient to kill him. The Buddhist progenitor gazed at Yang Yi. If you continue, everyone by your side will die. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. If he continued fighting, what about the others by his side who were still alive? Were they supposed to die along with him? Yang Yi took a deep breath and swung his sword. Bang! The Buddhist progenitor's figure was instantly obliterated. Fuck off! Yang Yi glanced coldly at the spirit god's group. They glanced at him and left. Far away in the distance, the Buddhist progenitor's main body pressed his palms together. God race, you've won. Meanwhile, once the spirit god's group left, a woman in a white dress suddenly appeared near Yang Yi. It was Ding Xiaoyao. At the same time, around 25 sages surrounded Nether Maiden and the others. Ding Xiaoyao looked Yang Yi in the eyes. All of you are completely exhausted, and you have no chance if you resist. Hand over the Sprite Lord, and everyone by your side can live. What she meant was that Yang Yi had to die. Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy suddenly left the primordial pagoda. She gazed at Yang Yi, cracked a smile, and then waved her little paw. After that, she flew over to Ding Xiaoyao and placed her claw against her throat. Let Yang Yi go, or she would take her own life. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.